A little background on myself. I didn't grow up around firearms at all. Didn't grow up around guns. My family doesn't hunt. My dad doesn't even own a shotgun. How my relationship with firearms started was in the Marine Corps. Graduated high school, May of '08, and soon thereafter started my 5-year contract. Found myself down at Parris Island. During my time in the Marine Corps, I did security forces for nuclear weapons and submarines down in Kings Bay, Georgia. And after my time there, I got orders to Camp Lejeune. And at Camp Lejeune, I worked at Weapons Training Battalion, training Marines and sailors how to more effectively and safely shoot their rifle platforms. The M16s, M4s, towards the end, the M27s. And I got out June 2013. Since then, I've done other related jobs to firearms and security. Worked armed security down at Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant. From there, I moved on to a company that operates out of Prince George's and Arundel counties, doing armed security for them as a security supervisor. But while working as a security supervisor for them, I started helping out on the training side of things. Baton, handcuffing, use of force, taser, OC spray, firearms use. And I enjoy getting back into the training side of things like I did towards the end of my contract in the Marine Corps. But I wanted to more or less train average everyday citizens, and I wanted to do it full time. And like most people like to do, if you want to do a particular job, you find that company that offers that service or that builds that product, and you go apply for a job with them, and live happily ever after. But in trying to do that, I noticed that not a lot of companies that do what I do for who I do it in a full-time capacity. A lot of them may already have a full-time job already. They work on base, they're a firefighter, whatever it might be. And then a weekend or two out the month, they do a class on the weekends. And that's fine. I do not want to take it away from them at all. But I want to do it full-time. So I saw a need, and I decided to start my own company. And this is what I've been doing now full-time since February 1 of 16. Do it all throughout Maryland mostly. Done a little bit in Delaware, a little bit in Pennsylvania, a few in Virginia, where actually I live now. From St. Mary's County, born and raised, but when I got in the Marine Corps, I couldn't afford the taxes here, didn't like the gun laws, so we evacuated and we went to King George, Virginia. Been out there since January of 2014. But we do, as you probably know if you follow our company, we do classes mostly all throughout Maryland, a lot throughout Southern Maryland. Everywhere from St. Mary's County to here in La Plata, Brandywine, Annapolis, Ocean City. We got classes coming up in Cumberland. But it wasn't too long ago where I didn't know shit about guns at all. And then there was a time, obviously, where I knew a few things about firearms from my experience in the Marine Corps, but didn't really translate well exactly over to handguns and carrying a handgun in a civilian setting. It gave me a good basis what I did in the Marine Corps, but it didn't really set me up exactly for what we're doing here. I've learned, while I learned a lot in the Marine Corps, I've learned a lot more, especially when it comes to handguns and carrying and the legalities since being out. And that might be you. You might have a little bit of experience. You may have a military background as well. You may have no experience at all. But we're going to be throwing a lot of information at you. We've already started doing that with the video that you've been watching before the class and the test and whatnot. And we're going to be mixing up today between discussions on different topics like that and answering any questions you might have, but also hands-on portions. How to disassemble and reassemble your firearm, all right? On that note, real quick, does anybody have their own firearm that they'd like to use today, all right? And I imagine you might have it in the room today. If you don't already have it in the room, I'm going to go ahead and give you a moment to grab that. And for those that do have it in the room, I'm going to ask you to take that case, put it back on the table for me. And I'm going to come by real quick. I'm going to double check, make sure those are unloaded. So go ahead and get those ready for me. And I'll come back to you. Let's see. Cool. Clear. I'm going to put that away for me. And when we're ready to get into disassembling, reassembling, and cleaning of firearms, obviously I'll be putting out my firearms as well for you all that need that. But I want to make sure I get that done first. What we're going to roll into first is talking about and answering any questions you might have about Maryland law, what you can and cannot do legally in Maryland with a firearm in general, but also while carrying a firearm. So with that being said, I'm going to give the floor to you all. What kind of questions do you all have about Maryland law, what you can and cannot do in Maryland? Yes, sir.
Before I have a permit, how can I go through Maryland with a firearm?
Okay, so transportation of a firearm, all right? Transportation of a firearm, taking your firearm from one place to the other. We're talking outside of carrying a firearm. We're talking about just strictly the idea of just transporting it, such as you might have done here today. You transported, a firearm to class. When you're transporting a firearm in Maryland, if you're not carrying, you're just transporting, you have to be going to or from somewhere that you're going to be essentially using it. All right, you're going to a class. You're going to the gun shop. You're coming from the gun shop. You're going to the range. You're going out hunting potentially. Maybe you're going out of state to do any one of those actions and or to carry out of state. Like you're going camping in Virginia and you have a permit or you don't and you're going to be open carrying in Virginia. You're going to or from somewhere that you're going to be using it. All right? You couldn't brought the firearm here today, use it, that's great, you leave, all right? And you leave it in the vehicle though, you forget it in the vehicle. All right, tomorrow, maybe the next day, you're heading somewhere, all right, you get pulled over, and you say, just so you know, I do have a fireman in the vehicle. Okay, where you coming back from, or where you heading? Well, I'm just coming back from the grocery store, but I forgot it in here from the other day. I had gone to a class. That's going to get you in trouble, illegally carrying a firearm, all right? Because you're outside of the bounds of the reasons in which you can transport to or from, all right? Now, hopefully, I would hope and imagine that an officer would be reasonable, prudent, wouldn't hem you up and give you a very hard time about a simple mistake, but the law allows that, all right? So I want you to understand throughout the day, I'll explain to you, what the law is and what the law allows and doesn't allow. Obviously, at times, if it's a, somewhat reasonable or minuscule mistake, again, hopefully, a law enforcement officer might be reasonable and prudent and say, hey, look, just so you know, I don't know if you realize that what you're doing, you can't be doing that. Next time, don't do that same thing again, all right? They could send you off with a warning. They could cite you, potentially whatever it might be, potentially whatever it is. They could potentially arrest you, all right? This is a lot like a lot of things we'll talk about today can translate to a certain extent over to driving. All right? There's certain things you can do with driving and stuff. Hey, they could give you a warning. They could cite you, potentially. They could arrest you. Make sure that throughout the day that if you're not sure about what the law actually states, all right, make sure you ask those questions. All right, you clarify those type of things, just like he did with transportation of a firearm. Now, I want to be clear that transportation of a firearm and carrying a firearm are two different things. All right, once he has his carry permit, all right, while he can't, without a carry permit, he can't just transport wherever he feels like. All right, once he has his carry permit, now he can have that gun if he wanted to, unloaded if he wanted to, which I'm not sure why you would want to have it unloaded, but you can have it loaded, you can have it unloaded. You could have it right on the chamber, a magazine inserted, or not. You could have it on your person. You could have it in a case if you wanted to. You could have it in your center console, your glove box, if you wanted to. Right? The law allows that once you have that carry permit. It allows you to wear, carry, and or transport a firearm. Right? Also, kind of going into that. All right? With that Maryland carry permit, all right, it says wear, carry, or transport. It doesn't say wear. It doesn't say wear, conceal, carry, and transport. All right? It says wear, carry, or transport. Carries broad. Includes, but is not limited to, open and or concealed carry. With that Maryland permit, it allows you, the holder of that permit, to be able to open or conceal carry. It's up to you to decide. And that can change day by day. I can open carry today, I can conceal carry tomorrow. I can open carry today, I can also conceal carry at the same time, another handgun. It doesn't limit you on how many handguns and or in the manner in which you carry it. It doesn't say you have to have it on your waistband. All right? It could be in an ankle holster if you wanted to. It could be, if you wanted to, but I wouldn't recommend, in like a bag or a purse. All right? What other good questions might you have about Maryland law?
Let's say you have your permit you're carrying and you go to a post office. How are you supposed to properly secure your weapon?
So post office. What is a post office an example of? It's a federal facility. It's owned and or leased by the federal government and or federal employees are regularly present for the commission of their duties. You cannot take a firearm even into the parking lot of a federal facility. All right? So either one, leave it at home, and or you'd have to properly secure that and not even bring it onto the premise. You'd park off premises and walk on the premises, conduct your business, and get back off premises. You can't even have your firearm on the premises of that federal facility. All right? Does that clarify?
But if you're leaving it in your car, let's say you did that, how are you supposed to secure it in your vehicle?
So there's no perfect way, all right? And generally speaking, also, I wouldn't recommend that, honestly, leaving a firearm in your vehicle, secured or otherwise. Because secured is very open to interpretation. What exactly is secured? Your idea and what you might believe to be secured might be very different to a criminal, all right? Nothing is 100% secure. You give someone enough time and or space and or tools, what you thought was secured is not secured at all, and now it's gone. You have no idea where it's at, all right? I'm not going to tell you exactly how to secure your firearm in your vehicle. That's going to be an individual choice up to you. There are a bunch of different options out there. You can get these little, per se, gun safes. all right, that you can secure your firearm in, and it is either bolted in and or cable locked with a cable that's not supposed to be easily broken to your either the floorboards or the frame of your vehicle, the frame of your seats at all. I've seen where now, like it comes like Ford. If you order a Ford truck or aftermarket through Ford, you can actually have a gun safe that is inside of your center console. It's bolted down and through your vehicle and stuff. No safe is theft proof. No safe is 100%. Right? It doesn't matter how much you spent on it. It doesn't matter how cool it looks or anything like that. You give someone enough time and or space, and it's gone. All right. Whether in your vehicle or in your home, all right, whatever gun safe you end up deciding to buy, if you decide to buy a gun safe, regardless, all right, one of the biggest things you can do to help yourself is to bolt the sucker down. All right, it doesn't matter if it's a 52 gun safe that's chock full of whatever, it's heavy as shit, and it's in your basement. All right, give somebody enough time and tools and people. All right, that's gone. All right, I've seen where I seen a story. I forget where it happened. It was nowhere local, but a guy had a nice big ass safe in his garage, right, full of a lot of different expensive and sensitive items. More or less, someone knew it was there when he was away for a trip. Right, they rammed through that freaking garage door. They put a big ass tow strap around it. They ripped it right out of there. It wasn't bolted down. Not that bolting it down is going to guarantee you anything, though. Nothing's guaranteed in life except for taxes and death. All right, but they ripped it out. They pulled it out of there, and then they winched it up on a flatbed trailer, and away they went. All right. The biggest thing that you can do to kind of help yourself and make it harder for them is to bolt that sucker down. If you have a nice little bedside safe and stuff that sits on your nightstand, all right, and that's how you secure your bedside gun, well, guess what? If it's not bolted down, I'm just going to walk in your house, I'm going to pick that up, I'm going to take it out to my truck, I'm going to drive home, and I'm going to crack open a 12-pack of beer and get my tools out, and I have all the time in the world to be able to get in that. All right? So know that, think about that when you're going to decide how you're going to secure your firearm, whether inside your home or inside your vehicle, before you go into, before you get out of it and go to, into any type of building. All right? There's times where I may have done that. There's also times where I will never do that. I will never test that, my theory on how secure my firearm is in my vehicle if I'm parked in Baltimore City. If I were to drive to San Francisco, right, where thefts from auto are highly prevalent and they have lots of experience and they know how to do what they need to do very efficiently and in a very time efficient manner, right? Can you carry in a church?
Yes.
You can. Can you carry in a bar or restaurant where alcohol is served? Yes. Can you carry while drinking? You actually can. I want to be clear that what I'm going to be teaching you is what the law is. At times I also tell you my personal recommendation and my thoughts on it, but I'm going to also tell you be clear on what the law says and what it allows. All right. When it comes to any of that, all right, nothing. Let me take a step back. What makes something illegal? What makes something illegal? A law regulating it, prohibiting it, banning it. All right. All right. What makes something legal? Nothing makes something illegal, right? Right now, there's nothing on the books, there's nothing in law that says I can pick my nose. But I can pick my nose. All right? If they make a law banning it tomorrow, now I can't pick my nose. All right? For example, can I carry a long gun, a rifle or shotgun openly in Maryland? I can. What law allows me to do that? No law allows me to do that. All right? When it comes to concealed carry of a long gun, all right? There's a law explicitly that bans the concealed carry of a long gun. But there's no law that regulates or talks about or bans or allows the open carry of a long gun. Now back to alcohol, and what the law does say is that you cannot carry while intoxicated. Now, with driving, what do we know the legal limit to be? 0.08. Now, if you below 0.07, are you still intoxicated? You are. Right, but you're below the legal limit. There is no legal limit when it comes to firearms. It says you just simply can't carry while intoxicated. Could you blow 0.01 and be arrested for illegally carrying a firearm because you're intoxicated? You could. All right? Could you blow .00 and still be arrested for being intoxicated while carrying a firearm? All right? If I have a beer, all right, crack it open, all right, and I'm sitting here with my beer, all right, context, because context matters, all right, hindsight's 20/20, but let's go ahead and provide you context before we start. I haven't drank it at all. I haven't drank any beers today. I haven't drank any beers for the last 5 days, but I have a beer in my hand and it's open, and I am openly carrying a firearm, and a law enforcement officer sees that, and there's a little extra gravel in the driveway, and I stumble over that patch of gravel, all right? Maybe what they misperceive my words as being slurred, all right? It's not actually slurred, it's just how I talk, all right? What they saw, what they heard, all right, can be used to articulate that I was intoxicated while carrying a firearm. While wrong, all right, anything I say or do can and will be used against me. Anything I say, a misperception of a slurring of a word, and or do, stumbling over a little patch of gravel in the driveway, all right, can and will be used against you. And that can be used to articulate that you were under the influence, all right? It's not what you know, it's not what you feel, it's what they can prove, all right? Do you think of a law enforcement officer says, yes, I saw Mr. Gass. He had a beer in his hand. He had a gun on his hip. I heard him slur his words. I saw him stumble around, all right? I reasonably believe that he was under the influence of alcohol. He was intoxicated while carrying. And in Maryland law, that is illegal, so I arrested him as such, all right? Now, again, based on the context and the hindsight, you know that to be inaccurate. But again, it doesn't matter what you know. It doesn't matter what you feel. It's what they can prove, all right? Now, let's just say that I did drink alcohol. All right. I may or may not have had a buddy who worked for me years ago. We know each other. All right. We didn't know each other from the Marine Corps, but he was in the Marine Corps, dealing with some shit, and he blew his fucking brains out. All right. And we were at the funeral home for his funeral, and afterwards, me and a bunch of guys are in the parking lot. We crack open a 12-pack of beer for old Drake. All right. I may or may not have a firearm on me. All right. Now, I think, in my opinion, my personal opinion, you're welcome to disagree. You're not wrong, I'm not wrong, we're not right, you're not right, all right? But I do feel, in my opinion, that with one beer, I can still make a good, moral, ethical decision if I had to be able to defend myself, all right? But it doesn't matter what I think, though, all right? Imagine if an hour, 2 hours, even 3 hours after that one beer at a funeral, 3 hours, all right, because what's the general rule of thumb? 1 drink, 1 hour, right? So 3 hours. Scientifically, this should not affect my judgment at all. All right, that's not my opinion. It's supposed to be science. All right. Imagine if something happens, I feel the need, I have to defend myself. I do, and later in the investigation, it comes up that I was seen at a funeral 3 hours prior drinking a beer. How do you think that's going to work out for me? Do you think that's going to play a role in how my life goes from that point on? Right? Let's say, I'm not getting into the details of the politics of it because people might disagree or agree. I'm not getting into that. But Kyle Rittenhouse case, right? Was that early this year or was that last year now? I lose track. Time flies. But most people are familiar with that case, all right, and have feelings one way or the other. But regardless of what your feelings might be, imagine if at some point during that day, he had been on film or video or even a picture of him with a beer in his possession. How do you think that would have affected that case? Because we know how it played out. He was found not guilty. But how do you think it would have played out if that became a factor? All right? It doesn't matter your personal feelings. It doesn't exactly matter, honestly, about the science behind it. All right? You got to think of the bigger picture. All right? Not just what is legal and moral and ethical and stuff, but you got to think of what the bigger picture is and how this is going to play out in the long term. You got to think long term. You can't just think of the here and now. All right? So I told you what the law is, what the law states, and what the law allows or doesn't allow, which is kind of vague to a certain extent. I also told you how, hey, without having done anything actually legally wrong, you can be found having done something illegal. All right? It's not a good idea, regardless of what the law might say. It's not a great idea to mix them at all, right? Are you a bad person if you do? No, right? That's all personal opinion. But you got to think of the bigger picture, all right? Can I carry in a school? Can I carry in a school?
Not
There we go. So law says you cannot carry in a public school. It doesn't say anything about a private school. All right. So can you carry in a private school? Yes. All right. Now, it doesn't matter what someone's feelings are. It doesn't matter what the lawmakers maybe intended, but they screwed up because they're incompetent. The fact of the matter is the law states you cannot carry in a public school. It doesn't say anything about a private school. Now, again, public schools, you can't carry in a public school. Same thing as a post office. You can't even have it on the grounds. Don't even have it in the parking lot, in your vehicle. All right? Don't take your kids on a Saturday when the school's shut down and go and use the playground and have your firearm on you in that setting. All right? Any other good questions that you might have?
Like you're saying all these Maryland laws. Is there any, like we found with masks, is there county-specific laws that we need to be looking up? Or you said like if it's posted clearly that with the gun and the X, but is there any other ways that we can find ourselves in a position that we weren't supposed to be?
Yes, different counties can, and some are proposing more stricter laws. Like you've fallen, well, not Montgomery County's trying to be the next California by themselves. And I can't, honestly, I don't know each county, because how many there's counties there in Maryland? 28? I don't know, honestly, each county and what they say on different subsets of it and stuff. I will say I'm going to put that responsibility on you, because there's we probably have a lot of people from different counties. We probably have at least 7 or 8 different counties represented here. And even that, on top of that, while we might have 7 different counties with the residents, you also might work in additionally, 10 different counties. So counties can say different things. All right, they have. Like, what was it? I think it was 2, maybe 3 years ago. Calvert County Board of County Commissioners passed an ordinance that said that county employees, whether on or off the clock, could not carry while on county property. All right, didn't say anything about average everyday citizens, just county employees. All right. And honestly, we gave them a fucking really good hard time about that, and within 2 weeks they repealed that. They said, "Oh, my bad, we made a mistake," and they repealed that mistake, which they did not make a mistake. They did it on purpose. But counties can make their own ordinances and stuff, like and towns can too to a certain extent. Like in La Plata, the incorporated limits of La Plata, you cannot discharge a firearm in the incorporated limits of La Plata. Now, there's going to be an exception, obviously, for imminent self-defense. All right, but you can't even be hunting, during gun season here in the incorporated limits of La Plata and discharge a firearm in the incorporated limits. All right, so yes, different towns, different counties, they can make different ordinances and whatnot, and there are some that have that. I'm going to put that onus though on you, because I honestly can't remember those off the top of my head, and plus they can be ever changing. In Maryland, they now passed a law that says more or less that you can not. Essentially, you're going to have, if you have an 80% built firearm, all right, you're legally expected to have it serialized and registered with the state before, I believe it's July 1 of next year. All right. Now, nothing says you couldn't carry those. All right. So technically, you don't have to have it serialized yet. All right. So you could carry an unserialized built firearm as of right now, and after July 1, you could carry it still if it was serialized. All right. Not saying I like it. All right. But that's the case of the matter. And I will say that is one of those type of deals that I think eventually, how quick, I don't know. I don't want you to use the word quick because that makes it sound like it's going to be imminent. But I do think at some point that case will end up in front of the Supreme Court, and the current Supreme Court, I believe, would slap that down and say that's illegal. You can't force people to do that. But that takes time. That doesn't happen overnight or even in a quick year. It took us a long time to get to the point now where it took us decades to get to the point where average everyday citizens with good intentions, good backgrounds, can pass the training, are now finally able to get their permit in Maryland without having to be someone's, politician or to have this or have that or this or that. So there is that. If I'm printing, like this would be very obvious printing. My gun is printing through my shirt, all right, that I can get in trouble for printing. No, all right. What is, again, imagine how dumb that'd be to get in trouble for that, but not at all for that. All right, no. So whether open or concealed, whether discreet or not at all, I can walk around like this all damn day and nobody's going to say shit. Law enforcement, there's nothing they're going to be able to charge me with. All right, I can walk around like this all damn day and nothing you can charge me with. All right, I have my Maryland carry permit. It allows me to open and or conceal carry, and there's nothing that says that I have to be discreet when I do conceal carry. Nothing about that says I have to be discreet at all. There are states, and I don't know of exact ones that do have that, but there are states that they do have that, and this would be considered brandishing. All right. Now, obviously, I would never carry like this and have it like obvious as shit. If I'm going to carry concealed, I'm going to carry discreet. If I'm going to carry open, I'm just going to be open as shit about it. But there's nothing illegal about printing through your shirt at all, or your jacket, or anything like that. All right? Any other good questions? Yes, sir.
Regardless of permit status, how should a gun be transported in a car?
So outside of a permit, regardless of permit status, generally speaking, you want to have the gun unloaded, separate from the ammunition, as separate as possible. Now, that might be different, depending on what kind of vehicle. All right, if I have a motorcycle with 2 saddlebags, well, that's fire in one saddlebag, ammunition in the other. All right, if I have, a truck, I wouldn't want to have either one of those in the bed of my truck, unsecured from the weather and otherwise. So my seats fold up, some seats fold down. I would put either the gun or the ammunition under or behind the back seat, and then have the other separate, maybe in the passenger floorboard. Have it as separate as reasonably possible. All right. It doesn't necessarily have to have a lock through the barrel or the trigger. It doesn't necessarily have to have that. That's not a bad idea, but it's not legally needed. All right. Did that fully answer your question?
I suppose. My concern is I don't have, my whole car is passenger compartment. So I got my ammo locked in one box, I've got my gun locked in another box. They're separated as far as they go inside the car, but
Yeah.
they're still there.
Yeah. I mean, generally speaking, let's put it this way. You want them separated as much as possible. If I get pulled over and I have my gun in my case right next to me on the passenger seat, and next to that I have loaded magazines, and let's say I get pulled over, and there had just been a drive-by shooting 5 minutes prior, about a half mile down the street, the cop pulls me over, and I got those I got those reasonably in access on me. I can reasonably use those and get those. That's going to have a different perception than, oh, yes, absolutely. Just so you know, I have a firearm in the vehicle. The ammunition's up here on the floorboard. I put the firearm as far away from me as I could. It's in the back part of my hatchback. All right. There's going to be there's not a legal problem per se either way, but there is there's a perception that can be there. Just like we talked about the perception when it came to having that open but undrinking beer in my hand while carrying a firearm. All right, you want to, not only for legality purposes, but more or less for perception purposes, have them as separate as possible. Again, look, law enforcement officers in general can and usually are reasonable people. They understand that, hey, if you're in say a hatchback Civic, there's only but so separated they can be. If you're on a motorcycle with saddlebags, there's only but so separated they can be. Imagine if you have a motorcycle with no saddlebags. How separated can they really be? You have to do your best effort to separate them as much as possible and within reason. All right, there's got to be reason there. All right, if you only have a motorcycle, you have no other vehicles. All you have is a motorcycle, no saddlebags. All right, that doesn't mean you can't transport your firearm at all because they're not like 5 feet away, they're not 10 feet away, they're not in separate compartments. All right, you separate them as much as reasonably possible. All right. Magazines. What's the largest magazine that you can own in Maryland? Trick question. You can own whatever you want. All right, what the law states is you cannot buy, sell, even offer sale, manufacture, transfer a magazine that has a capacity for more than 10 rounds. It doesn't say shit. It doesn't say anything about possession, ownership, carrying with, shooting with a magazine that holds more than 10 rounds. It does not say that. All right? So what does that mean? The law doesn't state that you can't do those things, so what can you do? Those things. You can own, you can use, you can possess. All right? You can carry with a magazine that holds more than 10 rounds. All right? Like, not that everyone has to do what I do and stuff, but I carry a Glock 17. It happens to be that the magazine capacity happens to be also 17 rounds. I have a magazine of 17, one in the chamber, and I usually carry an extra 2 magazines of 17 with me. Perfectly fine, perfectly legal. Now, I can't turn around and say, hey, here you go. Thanks for coming to class today. Here's a 17-round magazine. Even though I didn't sell it to him, I cannot even transfer it. I also can't say, I have no association with them, but let's say that I own Big Dog's Gun Shop. I don't, but let's say I do. I can't say, hey, yeah, you can go to Big Dog's Gun Shop and you can buy magazines from me over there in Virginia. I can't even make that offer of sale while I'm in Maryland. Now, guess what? I have no association with them. I don't own them. So guess what I can do? I can tell you that I have bought them over there and that you can do the same thing too. All right? I'm not offering them for sale. I have no association. All right, you can buy them over there, get on 301, drive 10 minutes or so to the bridge, drive 10 minutes past that. They're on the right by the Ace Hardware. You can go in there and buy whatever size magazines you want and walk on out. You could also go there and you could buy a Glock 17. It comes with 3 extra magazines of 17. You can take those magazines out. They'll transfer them to All-Pond, the gun itself. All right, you bring the magazines into Maryland. You go to All-Pond, you do the transfer, wait 7 days, and you pick it up. Now you have your Glock 17 and your 3 magazines of 17 rounds each. All right. So that is something that you could do, legally speaking. All right. So in Maryland, you're not legally compelled, you're not legally required to let law enforcement know that you are in possession of a firearm, that you're carrying a firearm. You're not legally required. All right. So I will say though, if they ask, it's not good legal advice for me to tell you to lie to them. All right. But if they don't ask, there's nothing compelling you to tell them, to volunteer that information. All right. I will say that my position on this has changed over the years. I used to be of the mindset that I had nothing to hide, all right? I have nothing to hide, so why wouldn't I tell them, all right? Also, they might get me off on a warning and stuff, so I want to tell them in my mind, all right? Because, hey, I've been speeding. Hey, I tell them I have a firearm. They might be friendly to the firearms. They might say, hey, don't touch yours, don't touch mine. Don't touch yours, I won't touch mine. Hey, real quick, you were just speeding a little bit. Just slow it down, all right? That was my mindset, all right? And to a certain extent, that might be my mindset in other places and stuff, but not in Maryland, right? Definitely, in general, I do have this mindset, and in Maryland, very specifically, I do, for sure. If they don't ask, I sure as hell ain't telling. Why? Because the gas pedal in my truck is broke, and I can't get the lift up, and I always go 75 or higher, all right? I always get pulled over for that shit, all right? When I get pulled over, if I let them know, hey, just so you know, here's my carry permit, I'm exercising that at this time, all right. They have a lot of times. I have never had a time where the law enforcement officer knew what that was. They knew what that meant. They knew. Hey, that's all right. No problems. Where it was just like, oh, okay, thanks for letting me know. And it was always like, what? You have your HQL? No. My carry permit. Oh, what? Are you carrying? Yes, I am. I have my carry permits. It's right there in your hand. It's unrestricted. Call the Maryland State Police if you want to verify any of that information on the card and/or anything I might be telling you. All right. I'm gonna be right back. Next thing you know, I got 4 or 5 cop cars behind me with their lights on and stuff. All right. I got maybe one by my door. I got another one behind them. I got another one on the other side of my vehicle, asking questions, learning and stuff. Some of them been on the street for maybe a year, maybe 5 years, maybe 25 years, and they've never seen a carry permit in their freaking life. And now I have the glorious opportunity to spend an hour on the side of the road teaching them about what I'm doing and how it's legal, all right? And a lot of times I'm in a marked company vehicle and stuff, and that's kind of embarrassing to be on the side of the road, marked company vehicle and stuff, got 5 cop cars behind me with lights and stuff on, all right? Making the bayonet and shit. All right? I didn't actually make the bayonet and stuff, but thank God, because that can be embarrassing too, all right? So to avoid all of that, they don't ask, I don't tell. And if honestly, I'm not gonna tell you that I've ever done this, but if they ask and I think I can get away with it, I'm gonna lie to them, because it doesn't matter. I understand, I'm not ignorant. I understand why they would want to know. I would want to know too, right? Why, if someone has a firearm in the vehicle, right? But it's irrelevant. It's just, let's get our feelings out of the way, right? Let's get our emotions out of the way. Outside of our feelings and our emotions, all right, the fact that I'm carrying a firearm and I was going 63 and a 55 is just as relevant as the fact of whether I had a coffee and a breakfast burrito that morning. It's not relevant to the fact that I was speeding. Again, we're getting outside of our feelings. We're getting outside of our emotions, our desires to know information, all right? Outside of that, it's not relevant. It's not relevant, all right? So if they don't ask, I don't tell, and if I had an opportunity to lie to them or mislead them, then I will. It also depends, lie and mislead is different. They might ask, hey, real quick before we get started, sir, do you have any weapons or contraband in the vehicle that I need to be worried about? No, I do not have any weapons or contraband in the vehicle that you need to be worried about. That would be accurate and true. Now, I may know what they meant and what they were seeking, all right? But based on how they worded that, no, there is no weapons or contraband in the vehicle that you need to be worried about. And move on from there.
Are they allowed to search you?
So are they allowed to search you? They are allowed to search you if they have a warrant, if they have probable cause that a crime is being committed, and or if you give them consent. Now, if they ask to search you. They're asking because they don't have a warrant, because they don't have probable cause. And I would never consent to a search. All right? I wouldn't give them a hard time about it. I wouldn't be disrespectful. I'd just like, hey, do you have weapons contraband in the vehicle I need to worry about? No? Hey, real quick, for your safety and for mine, do you mind if I go ahead and take a quick look around inside the vehicle? I appreciate you. I thank you for asking, but no, I'd rather you not. You know? You can not comply, potentially. You could deny their request without being disrespectful. All right? Without, just simply, respectfully exercise your rights. All right? How is that your ability to do that? How is that legal? How is that protected? The Fifth Amendment. You do not have to self-incriminate and or put yourself in a situation where things can be used to incriminate you. Not that you have anything to hide, not that you're actually doing anything bad or illegal, but like I showed you before, you'd be doing something perfectly legal, but evidence, whether saw, heard, all right, obtained, that can be used to articulate how you were actually in violation of the law, even though you weren't actually doing something illegal, even though you felt like everything was good. All right? So there's no situation where I would ever comply with a request to search me, my vehicle, or my home.
You were talking about keeping gun and ammo separate. With the permit, do you actually have to do that?
With a permit, no. That goes out the window. All right? So while you maybe could only transport a firearm to this class separate from the ammunition, all right, because you don't get a carry permit yet, you're going to transport it the same way when you go home later. All right? I carried my firearm here, and it's not loaded now. I unloaded before I came in. I'll have you all verify it before I start handling it later. But I carried it here today, loaded, ready to go. Round and chamber, magazine inserted. All right? And this wasn't the only firearm that I carried loaded that way. All right? Now, obviously, outside of that, too, I also transported a case full of firearms that y'all are going to be using today. And I transported those. All right? Now, technically, per my permit, I could have carried in my case all those handguns loaded, ready to go. I didn't, because we use them for training purposes and stuff, and that's not a safe and smart decision to make in a training environment. All right? But I could have. All right? But I didn't. I transported those unloaded, except for the ammunition completely. All right? Except for the magazines even completely. All right? But once you have your carry permit, it allows you, the holder, to wear, carry, transport while in possession of that carry permit, regardless of where you're going and the reason for it. All right? Also, like he was talking about earlier, he used to have a permit, or may have a permit still, and it was restricted. All right? I don't know what it was restricted to. It might have been valid while conducting business as an employee of ABC. Valid while conducting business as an owner of ABC. Valid while employed by the DoD or NAVAIR, because you have a top secret clearance or above. All right? It could be restrictions none. All right? They are now not issuing any restricted permits. And if somebody were to have a restricted permit, it is effectively unrestricted now. They issued that memo about, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago now. All right? So even if you were to have a valid permit that's right now valid, but it has a restriction on the back, visibly on the back, it is actually not valid. The restriction is not valid at all. The permit is still valid, but the restriction is not valid at all anymore. All right? And again, what I always tell people too is, well, everything I'm telling you is accurate and true. All right? Don't just take my word for it, especially something obviously as serious as that. All right? Verify that stuff. Something like that, that's a policy thing. So verify that with the Maryland State Police. When I tell you about, hey, here's how the law is written when it comes to carrying on, consuming alcohol. Here's what the law says when it comes to magazines that hold more than 10 rounds. Look at those laws. Research those laws. Find them yourself and read them and look at the words. Because the words matter. The words you choose matter. Words matter, and you're going to see that a lot throughout the day. That's going to be a repeated thing. We're talking about law and whatnot. Words matter. All right? All right, so this is exactly how I carry 99% of the time. The same gun, the same light, the same holster. This is exactly how I carry. And the law allows me to do that with my Maryland carry permit. The reason why I do that, all right, the reason why I open carry in Maryland, all right, can anyone take a random guess why? Yes. Fuck yeah. So you might have been in the middle of my class before. Advertisement. It's advertisement. It's a conversation starter. It's advertisement, effective advertisement, too, for the company in which I own and I run and how I feed my family. All right? It's advertising. All right? People see that, and honestly, most of the time, they say nothing at all. But at times, they might see it and they say, hey, I didn't know you could do that in Maryland. Or, hey, you can't do that shit. Or, hey, how can I do that? Hey, funny you might ask. I actually do that for a living. I actually help people get their carry permits. I do the training. We have the fingerprint photographs. I can even do your paperwork for you. Oh yeah, if you don't know and stuff, if you did know before, if you don't know now, it's not hard at all to get your carry permit, And I have classes come up here, 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 here. It's advertising for the company in which I am, all right? It's not that I think it looks cool. It's not that I think I'm going to scare away bad guys if they walk in somewhere and they're going to do something violent and malicious. It's not that I think that, anything. It's not that I want to mislead people to think that I'm law enforcement, because I do think that that's not my goal or intention, but I do think that at times when people might see me and the way I dress, the way I carry myself, the way I talk, the fact that I carry a gun, the holster which I've chose to use, I do think that people look at me and they might think that I'm law enforcement. And that's never my intentions or my goal. All right? If anybody were to ask, I've had some people ask, hey, officer, about something. I'm like, ho, stop. I don't know what you're about to say or ask me, but I am not law enforcement and I have no intention to be. Never have been. Oh, okay, sorry. All right? That is not at all why I carry the way I do. I told you why I carry the way I do. There's two different sides to it. Some people might say, oh yeah, open carry. If I walk into somewhere, if a bad guy walks into somewhere and they're going to do something bad, if they see that person open carrying, they're not going to do anything. They're going to say, oh, I'm not going to go in there. I'm going to go to the easier target, which there might be some validity there. And then also there are those violent criminals that would walk in somewhere, see somebody like myself carrying a firearm, and they might just look at me and say, well, that's the first person I'm taking out. There's two different sides to that. And I believe to a certain extent, and we can debate about to what extent that is, but I do believe there's validity to both sides of that. All right? But it also depends on the person you meet. All right? There are some criminals that don't give a shit about me. They don't give a shit that I'm carrying a firearm. They don't care. All right? I'm the first person they're going to take out. All right? Again, there's validity to both sides. And with that being said, if you are going to decide to open carry, you got to be more aware. You should always be aware, but you got to almost be more aware of what's going on around you, who's around you, what's going on, because you kind of silhouette yourself. You kind of put yourself out there, all right? And I understand that, I know that, and I got to deal with that. There's times where I conceal carry. Most times if I'm concealed carrying, it's either because I'm out of state or out of my region that I don't do work at, and there's no benefit for it in that business sense, or maybe I am in Maryland, but I'm going to somebody's wedding. All right, I'm going to somebody's funeral, something like that, maybe at church and stuff. That's not an appropriate time, I feel like, for me to advertise. All right, that's their moment. I don't want to take the attention away from their moment. Because that's what it is. Because if you were to say, well, yeah, you only care like that for attention. Again, you're fucking right. Because it pays the bills. I like paying my bills. I like to feed my kids. I like to put a roof over their head. If you say I do it for attention, you're not wrong at all. All right, and again, I don't want to take the attention from people in their special moments. Maybe their last moment, their funeral, right? So there are times where I conceal carry, and there's many times, often when I open carry, all right? Now, my reasons for doing that and how I do it and what I do for a living and stuff, that's unique. Not everyone has that. Some people literally want to conceal carry exactly for the opposite because of their business. They are, say, a realtor, or maybe they're a preacher or whatnot. If I am a realtor and I sell houses, it doesn't matter your feelings on guns, whether you like them or not and stuff. Your money spends just as good as the people that do like guns, that do love guns, that do support me carrying a gun. And I want your business, if you don't like guns, just as much as I want the person that does like guns. So I'm going to carry concealed. I'm going to carry discreet because I don't want to offend you. Even though I don't really care about your personal feelings, I do like the fact that I can sell a house to you and be able to pay my bills. So for the literally opposite, I would conceal carry. All right? So different strokes for different folks, different objectives and whatnot. Everything I do is for a reason, down to even the color of holster that I chose because it stands out, I feel like, more than black. Everything I do for a reason, right? And a lot of it deals with my business and advertising. That's I feel like I'm a decent, good trainer and stuff, but I feel like I'm even better at advertising and marketing. That, I guess, thoroughly kind of hit it on the head. And it allows me to do both. The permit allows me to do both. I do think that, generally speaking, a lot more people, more or less, are going to be concealed carry in Maryland. Most people lean towards that because they don't want the attention. They don't want to deal with, whatever might come about from open carry. But, what you choose is up to you, all right? All I see in here is grown-ass adults. You all can make grown-ass adult decision for yourself. If you carry a gun at all, how you carry that gun, what color vehicle you drive, whether you drive a truck or a minivan, all right, whether you buy a Glock or a High Point, all right, you got a lot of grown adult decisions that you make every day in your life, and now you have another one that you got to make, all right. Am I going to carry a gun, and how am I going to do that? All right, and that might change a little bit day by day to a certain extent. For the most part, I try to carry consistently, but like, while I carry like this most of the time and stuff, I went down to Florida for a week for my cousin's wedding, and I carried appendix carry, my Glock 43, which I usually carry too, but I only carried that for the most part when I was down there, and I carried appendix carry, and I dressed accordingly for that. It was hot as shit in Naples, Florida. All right, so I didn't wear black shirts, I didn't wear long sleeves and whatnot. I wore, some nice little button-ups in light color. We'll talk about clothing. We'll talk about the color of clothing that you use. We'll talk about that a little bit more later too. This training actually meets the requirements for that. So this class, the way we do it and stuff for HQL, this is much different than what other classes do. Essentially, you're in the same class as the wear and carry people. You pay a lesser fee probably, but this is the same training for that. So this meets the requirements for that. So this. After conclusion of this training, you can also get the train certification for Maryland as well. Some places, everyone does a little bit different stuff. The way I do my HQO class now is the same way I do my carry classes now. All right, so you're getting the same experience. And if you ever decided you wanted to change your mind, hey, I think I might want to carry. Hey, well, guess what? You've already met their training requirements. We just got to take care of some more paperwork. All right. So yes, this is that training now. All right. Yeah, some places they just do like a basic handgun class. They'll just do a basic talk on law. They'll do a quick thing about how to take apart your gun and whatnot. They'll have you shoot one round and say, all right, go forth and be fruitful. I don't do it that way. I don't do it that way anymore. Flying with guns. All right. So a couple things. Let me tie my shoe real quick. So I have flown. The best way to put it is just to tell you how it goes and how it's been for me. I've flown twice with Firearms. Once to Utah 7 years ago now, and then Texas last May. And both times it was mostly the same. And these things can change from time to time, but from those two trips in that gap, there was no change at all, really. So what I always say is double check what the TSA rules are and the airline's rules are before you go on your trip, whether that morning and or the night before. And when you do that, print those off and have that physically with you on your person, all right? Because you might meet a TSA and or airline employee that has no idea what the rules are. And they confront you with rules that are made up in their mind that they thought they heard somewhere, all right? It's nice to have a print off and be prepared. Like, actually, this is what your airline says. Actually, this is what TSA says. And 95% of the time, you won't have a problem at all with them. But occasionally, you have that new person that has no idea how to do their job. And they want to be, whatever. Let's see. Let me borrow this case real quick. Because it's essentially the case that I use when I go. So this is a Smith & Wesson case. This happens to be the one that I use. But you can use other ones. But it's a double-sided hard case. Notice how it's lockable. I can put a lock right through there. All right. Double-sided hard case. All right. I would open it up. All right. You'd see 3 magazines in there, my handgun, and then a box of 50 rounds of ammunition. All right. The ammunition is not in the magazines, nor is it in the chamber of the gun, nor is the magazines in the gun. All right. The ammunition is the original packaging. The magazines are empty. The gun is empty. Doesn't have to be a lock on the gun itself. All right. Close it up. Lock. All right. Put that in my suitcase. Not just, could I though? I could just weigh this and have them put this underneath the plane, but I want to have it in my suitcase so that it's less of a target for thieving. All right. But I put it in my suitcase. All right. I walk up to where they weigh your bags, check baggage and whatnot. They weigh your bags. They put a little tag on the outside. They put it underneath the plane. Well, at that point in time, you go up there, and what you say is, I have an item to declare. All right. Don't walk into no airport and say to nobody, I've got a gun. That ain't going to work out for you. All right. I've got an item to declare. Okay. What is it? Unzip my suitcase, pull my case out. All right, unlock it, turn it towards them, and it's on top of the counter. It's a firearm, as discreetly as possible. And technically, you don't have to even say it's a firearm. You just show them. All right, okay, and most of the time, okay, no big deal. Real quick, go ahead and read this statement real quick and sign that and date that, just stating that you are following our rules on that stuff. Okay, cool, go ahead and put that inside. All right, now close it up, lock it up. All right, you can go put it back in your suitcase. The suitcase goes on top. They weigh it. They put the normal tag on it, but they also put a red tag on it. All right. Now, what's supposed to happen is you get to wherever you're going. It's not supposed to come out in that turnabout. All right. It's supposed to go to check baggage. You go there. You show them your ID. They confirm with the bag. All right. Here you go, Mr. Gas. All right. At that point, you're outside the secured area. All right. And you go about your day. All right. You follow wherever you're at. Utah, it doesn't matter, wherever you go, you're following their rules and their laws when it comes to possession, carrying a firearm. Now, when I went to Utah at that time, per the laws and rules and stuff, because I'm still in the airport, I go to the bathroom outside the secured area. All right, I go to the back stall. I'm very, 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 very fucking quietly. All right, put my holster on, load my gun, put that in my holster, cover it up, and I enjoy Utah for a couple of days. All right, before I come back to the airport, I already had it all staged up and ready to go in my bag before I even left the hotel and got in the shuttle. All right, get to the airport and do the same thing in reverse. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't as nerve-wracking as you might think, you know. It didn't add much of any time at all to my trip. Has anyone ever gone and weighed their bag and stuff and flown with without having your baggage with you? Right? It's underneath the plane. It's the same as that process, except you just got to let them know about that one item. You got to sign, date that thing, and put it back in. That's what it added to my trip. So if you're nervous about the idea of doing it, if you think it's going to add a lot of time to your trip, you're like, I'm cutting it a little close and stuff. I don't know if I had a lot of time to deal with that. It doesn't add that much time at all. Seriously. No, you don't have to call ahead. Yep. You don't have to call ahead and say, hey, just so you know, I'm bringing a gun. Nothing like that. You don't have to. Do a check-in process, like whatever. Now, at times, things can change. In the future, that's not out of the realm of possibility that could, change. That could become the new norm. But over the last 7 years, my 2 different times of flying, that's been the process. Obviously, different airports can do things a little bit differently and stuff. And even with that being different and stuff, didn't sound like it added much, but maybe 20 minutes at the most to her experience. Always, like I said, double check what the TSA rules are, the airline's rules, and maybe also check that airport's rules and stuff. But it's really not that bad. It's nothing that I would be worried about. It's nothing that I would say should discourage you from carrying a firearm in that other state when you go there. Again, just know that what the laws are when you go to that state and what they say and what they don't say. I would not have a connecting flight anywhere in New York. All right? And this is like serious. I would not have a connecting flight anywhere in New York. If there's an emergency landing and you have to land in New York, shut your mouth. Don't let them know about the situation, that you have whatever you might have in the state of New York. All right? That was not your plan or intention. That was the weather, that was whatever. But know that if you're in violation of whatever their law might be, regarding whatever you might have, they will prosecute you. They don't give a shit that your plane had an emergency landing because of whatever. They will. It's been documented. It's been highly documented. They will prosecute your ass. Because what the DA said was, I don't make the laws. I just enforce them. And I enforce them against everybody. All right? Except for his, relatives and friends. All right? So, know that. And there's some other states too, obviously, that are like that too. Be very cautious if you go to some of those states, all right? Before you go somewhere, if you have a planned trip to go to somewhere, know what their laws are. Know what they can, know what you can and cannot do. Know if you are going to carry, does your permit allow you to carry there? Things of that nature. Know that before you go, all right? Good question. Any other good questions? Unrelated, but I have it on my mind right now, and I don't want to forget. I want to bring it up. It's not related to Maryland. Who wants to carry in Pennsylvania, right? This is what I would do. All right, this is what I highly recommend. And this is based on my experience and the experience of many of my clients. All right, so technically, you're supposed to have your home state permit yet first. So if you're not in a rush, wait until you're in Maryland and then do it. But I will tell you that through many people's experiences, York County, all right, where Harrisburg is, kind of 20, 30 minutes from the border, all right. York County Sheriff's Office, because they do it by Sheriff's Office there, not by the state police or anything like that. York County Sheriff's Office don't give a shit if you have your home state permit, most of the time. I've never seen anybody have a problem. What you can do is you could, what is it, Sunday now? You could actually go up there tomorrow morning. You could fill out the application there. You could drop it off and say, hey, I'm going to go get lunch. I'll be back later. You come back later, it's ready to go. All you got to do is they take your picture, you sign for it, you pay $25, and you walk out the same day with your permit. Or you could email it or mail it to them, and they'll call you as soon as it's done, usually that same day, maybe the next day that they receive it, and they'll say, hey, you're good. You got 30 days to come up here and pick it up. And again, when you go up there, $25, picture, sign for it, you got your permit. All right, I would highly recommend that. All right, had many people do that, good experiences. I will say I'm not an expert on PA law. I'm not an expert on Philadelphia. From what I understand, Philadelphia doesn't recognize anybody but their own permit in Pennsylvania. All right, so even if you have your York, you're not good in Philadelphia. I'll tell you what I know, and I'll tell you confidently. I also tell you what I don't know. All right, confidently, get your York. Pretty confidently, it's not going to be good in Philadelphia. Very confidently, don't ever go to Philadelphia. I fucking hate it. All right, unless you want to get beat up in a football stadium and go to jail in a football stadium. All right, don't go to Philadelphia. All right, where's my Philly fans? I don't care either way. I'm not that diehard of a Redskins fan or whatever you call them nowadays. Any other good questions?
About state parks, national forests,
So state parks, national forests. State parks, national forests, state parks, they can make their own rules. And then also like, let's say Shenandoah National Park, Skyline Drive and stuff, they follow state laws, all right? So in Virginia, because it extends, I think, down to Tennessee and whatnot, maybe even Kentucky all the way down. But when you're in the Virginia part of it, all right, Virginia, you can open carry a long gun or a pistol, no permit needed. Concealed carry a pistol with a permit, all right? And any permit is good in Virginia. But that's for national parks. National forests, I believe, it the same way. And then state parks, they can make their own rules. All right. I will say state rest areas in Maryland cannot carry there. Doesn't make sense. You're sleepy, you're tired. All right. You need to pull over so you don't freaking wreck and kill yourself or others. Well, you can't do that and go to a state rest area, the taxpayer-funded rest area. You have to go somewhere else. You have to go to like a sketchy McDonald's parking lot at 2 o'clock in the morning. All right? It doesn't make sense. All right? That's your politicians for you. All right? Now, I will say on that note, I do not push political parties at all, candidates at all. That's not why you're here. All right? What I do say is, guess what happens every November? Elections. All right? So regardless of who your politician is or what their party is or whoever, you can vote their ass out. You can vote their ass in. You can support who you want to support based on your ideals. Don't just get behind a keyboard and piss and moan. All right? Don't just sit in a class and piss and moan. All right? If you don't vote, you can't talk to me about politics and shit. I don't want to hear your shit if you don't get up at least on voting day and go fucking spend 10 minutes voting, whatever it might be. All right? Trust me, I hate a lot of this shit too and stuff. But if you haven't done your part to at least try to help us somewhat, all right, by at least voting, just shut your mouth. All right. Also, guess what happens every year? A legislative session. All right. And you're talking about state level. All right. The legislative session. Go up there. All right. You can go to Annapolis and you can voice your opinion to the politicians when they're considering these different bills, which I think they're going to be having a lot here in Maryland this coming spring. All right. Go up there, piss and moan. Let them know what you support, what you don't support. I don't even live in Maryland anymore. I'm not even a Maryland resident. Haven't been for 9 years. But guess what I'm at every year? In Annapolis, pissing and moaning about laws that do affect you, but also they do affect me too. All right, even though I'm not a Maryland resident, trust me, I'm a Maryland taxpayer. I pay more taxes in Maryland than I do Virginia. And I'm a Virginia business and a Virginia resident. All right, I go up to Maryland, I go up to Annapolis every year and piss and moan, mostly about gun laws, but also about taxes too and other things. All right, you have that same availability. You can go up there, you can sign up to talk on different bills. You don't have to talk on every bill. You can talk on one bill here, you can talk on another bill there. You don't have to support everything. You can talk about bills you support and bills you don't support. All right? That is, it's pretty cool to be able to go up there and do that and be able to, even though they don't listen entirely, it's nice to be able to, provide them with information to be able to break through their ignorance. Whether they absorb it or not is up to them. Like we had, when we were up there and stuff one time, a politician was talking about whatever when it came to guns, and he's like, well, it's not like you can own a bazooka in Maryland. We're like, actually, you can. He was like, no. And that kind of took his whole wind out of his sails. We were trying to get it changed where DC actually has this, where with DC, you can actually apply for and get approved for your carry permit and not even have your training. All right. Now, once you're approved, they're not going to give you your permit until you give them your training documentation. But you can actually apply for your DC and not even have your training even started or done yet. All right. We're trying to get Maryland to try to do the same thing. And one of the Maryland politicians, they were like, "What? You want us to pass a bill where people can get their carry permit and not have training? What? Like, no. What we're wanting you to do is be able to accept and process applications so people can know whether they're approved or not, and then they go out and get their training. They don't receive the permit at all until they've provided their training documentation to the state. So it's not changing really anything. It's just changing the order in which people have to do things. And like, what? Well, then if we do that, the people that were going to get denied, they're going to lose. They're not going to get the training, and that's going to be money to the state because state police are not going to have doing their training. Well, state police doesn't do the training in the first place. They were just kept on thinking about money and this and that, and they're just like, lady, no, that's not what we're saying. Listen to what we're saying. You're putting words into this bill that's not there. You're putting words into our mouth that didn't come out. So it's very eye-opening to know. And this is, by the way, this happens for both parties too. I'm not talking about any parties. I haven't said a party name at all, or any politicians. So I want to be kind of open about that and clear. What other good questions might you have? Yes, sir. So you can't carry the rest area. Like you if you say you're on 95 and stuff, and state rest area coming up 1 mile, and you pull off and stuff, and they got the bathrooms and vending machines and stuff like that. You can't go there. You can't even be in the parking lot of those state rest areas. Doesn't make sense. It's not taxpayer friendly, all right? But that's the state. Yeah. Essentially, think of it as a post office. Not exactly, but think of it as a post office. You can't even have it on the ground, loaded or unloaded. It's dumb. It doesn't make sense. That's something you can propose a bill to change that law, to repeal that part of the law. All right? Seriously. You can propose laws and stuff and ideas of these laws to your politicians, and they can say, oh, yeah, that sounds like really good. Like, I'll sponsor that. Let's write that. Let's draw that up, and let's propose that, and let's try to get that to be a law. That's how this shit happens. So if you don't like that, I don't like that. I've never met anyone that says, that makes sense. That makes sense a lot. I've never met anyone that said that. So, hey, if you don't like that, I don't like it either. I would like to have our politicians change that, to repeal that part of the law. It doesn't make sense. All right? And I will say, I'm not going to get into it too much, but gun-free zones as a whole, to me, personally, don't make sense because it doesn't stop anybody. All right? What is stopping anybody from going to a state rest area right now and shooting the entire place up? Not a damn thing. No law stopping that. All that's stopping is you. That is literally all that is stopping is you, 2 o'clock in the morning, sleepy as shit, been driving for like 6 hours. That's only just stopping you from safely pulling over and getting some rest at that area. That's all that's doing. That's not stopping from somebody any time of day going in there and shooting the place up with their firearm, open or concealed. It doesn't stop that. All right. I went to I took my wife for her birthday right when the shit started popping off in like March of 2020, before they did all the lockdowns and stuff. We went to it was her and her sister-in-law's birthday, so it was all her, them two, and my brother-in-law. We went to Baltimore, got dinner, then we went to the Hippodrome. It's like Broadway, but the Baltimore version, so it's not like Broadway. They have a very strict policy against firearms. Like, even if somebody were to be off-duty law enforcement, they don't even want them carrying there. Unless they're there on duty for a call, you're not wanting to have a firearm there. Well, get there, show's about to start. We get there a little late and stuff. Show's about to start. They show my tickets. We walk through the metal detectors. Beep, beep, beep. They wanted me. Beep, beep, beep. Have a nice day, sir. Enjoy that show. And walked right in there carrying my Glock 43 concealed carry. All right? They don't get paid enough to care. Those guys getting paid $13, $14 an hour. That's not enough for them to ask me, is that your Glock, or you happen to see me? All right? They don't get paid enough. All right? And someone carrying in there, whether a decent, good-hearted person with good intentions and or maliciously, their no gun policy didn't stop shit that night. Doesn't stop shit anytime. All right? It doesn't. All right? So that's my thought on that. I'm going to let that horse die. Any other good questions? All right, so let's go ahead. It is 9:05 now. All right, it's going to take a quick 15-minute break. 15-minute break, all right, gives you enough time to use the bathroom, smoke if you got them, get a drink, and come back in here ready to go, and we'll get into this some recently clean up firearms. So now we're going to get into disassembly, reassembly, and cleaning of our firearms. All right, a couple of things. I know we have some other people that have their own firearms. They may not be the same as the ones that everyone else is using. So what we're going to do is couple things. If you have your own firearm and you know how to take it apart, obviously you can take it apart. All right, take it apart at the same pace that we take apart these. Don't try to get ahead of us, even though you know what you're doing. If you have your own firearm and you don't know how to take it apart, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do everybody else on these Glocks. All right, you can pay attention to that as we're going through that as well. And then, as an individual, I'll come by and help those people that need to know how to take apart their personal firearm. I'll do that on a one-on-one basis at that point in time. All right. Now, for everyone that has either mine and or your own Glocks, all right, we're going to go ahead and move into how to safely and effectively handle and disassemble these firearms. All right. Now, a couple things. Your firearm, all right, it's laying on its left side. The slide is locked to the rear. The action is open. All right. And we did it in a very specific manner so that without even handling the firearm, all right, you can check to make sure there's no round in the chamber and there's no magazine inserted. Now, if you needed to, you can take the towel. If you wanted to, you can use that to manipulate the firearm and move it around if you need to. All right, but don't touch the firearm itself. All right, so what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to ask you to go ahead and do that now. Verify there's no round in the chamber nor magazine inserted without touching the firearm itself. All right, I checked them obviously before I put them out. You double check them, all right, before we start handling them. Now, what we're going to do is here in a moment, I'm going to show you and explain to you how I want you to handle that firearm. All right, and then when you do that, once you've done that, then we're going to have somebody to your left or to your right triple check to make sure that gun is unloaded. All right, so how I want you to handle that firearm, all right, is this. Notice how your firearm is pointed away from you, but most of us, our firearms point at somebody else, though. Probably someone in front of them, all right? With that being said, we have to handle this in a very deliberate manner, all right? We can't just pick it up and go, all right? So with that being said, I'm going to show you and explain to you how I want you to do that. I want you to watch and listen thoroughly, and then once I'm ready for you to actually do it, then I'll go ahead and tell you, all right, do that now, all right? So when we go to grab the firearm, real quick, is anybody in here left-handed? All right, sorry to hear that, all right? What we're going to ask you to do is go ahead and take your finger and rotate the firearm over to its other side, so it's laying on its right side, all right? If you're left-handed. If you're not, it stays on its right side. All right, yeah, other side. All right, so now with our dominant hand, all right, if you're left-handed, it's your left hand. If you're right-handed, it's your right hand. With our dominant hand, when I tell you, don't do it yet, but in a moment, what you're going to do is you're going to take your dominant hand, you're going to take your 3 support fingers, all right, and that's going to wrap around the grip itself, all right? Your trigger finger is going to be along that frame, and your thumb's going to come down between that gun and the table. All right, it's going to look like this. All right, and to give you elevated view so you can get a better view of what I'm doing, all right, imagine the table's still there. All right, this is what it's going to be like, all right? 3 support fingers around that grip, finger along that frame. All right, notice how if you look through that trigger guard, you can't see my finger. That's how far I want it up on that frame. All right, it doesn't have to be necessarily up on that slide at all. That's not necessary. All right, but I want to have it at least up on that frame enough where I can't see your finger through that trigger guard, all right? And again, my thumb is on the other side of that gun, all right, between my firearm and that table. Now, when we go to pick the firearm up, all right, what I want you to do is not just pick it up and point it around, all right? When you go to pick that firearm up, we're going to pick up just the back end. We're going to pick up the back end, lowering the front end, and the gun's going to end up being pointed straight down. Not point at yourself, the person in front of you, or the person to your left or right, all right? So again, 3 support fingers, trigger finger along the frame, and thumb between my firearm and the table, and then lifting up the rear end, dropping the muzzle. All right, if I need to, I can lift it up at that point. All right, go ahead, take your time, do that now. All right, having our firearm pointed straight down. All right, show somebody to your left or to your right, have them triple check to verify that gun is unloaded. All right. Again, you're not pointing it anywhere but the ground. You're just moving it. All right? All right. Now, regardless, keep holding your firearm, but regardless of what you know or you think you know, regardless of the fact that I checked, you double-checked, and somebody else triple-checked, we're still going to treat these as though they are what? Loaded. For all intents and purposes, these are loaded. While highly unlikely, it is still possible. There's still a possibility that there is a loaded gun in here. All right? So we're going to treat all our firearms as though that is the one, all right? Keeping the firearm pointed in a safe direction, go ahead and grab that slide, pull back, and let go. All right? This is why it's ultra necessary for you to check, double check, triple check, make sure the gun's unloaded, because you have to pull the trigger. Go ahead and pull the trigger now. All right, now the next part. You can do seated as you are, you can do standing up if you find that to be easier for you. All right, go ahead, touch the table with the muzzle of the firearm, lean it forward. And again, I want to be clear, this is for the Glocks and stuff. All right, I can't say it's going to be exactly for your gun if you have something that's not a Glock. All right, now we're going to touch the table with our gun, we're going to lean it forward on its head. All right, now we're going to press down, and that might happen because it's slippery. It might slide. I want to press down on that frame so the slide comes back just a little bit, a millimeter or two. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to achieve. Now, maintaining that, not changing anything about the relationship of that firearm to the table in your hand. All right, you're going to take your other hand, your non-dominant hand. All right, go ahead and separate your thumb. All right, make an L. All right, now bring it to your forehead. Fucking losers. No, I'm just playing. Take that, palm up. All right, put that firearm inside that webbing of your hand. You have your thumb on one side, your middle finger on the other, and you're grabbing onto this piece right here, which is on both sides. I'm grabbing one side with my thumb, the other side with my middle finger. We're grabbing on that piece. You see how it's up on that firearm? We want to pull it down into that void. Pull it down into that void, and then lift up on that frame, and the slide will come off. What I just did, what I showed you to do it. It is tricky. It's not easy. So if you don't get it the first time, don't be disappointed. I'm going to come by. I'm going to help you out. All right? It is not easy. So do not be frustrated too much. Yep. Once you get that slide off, wait for the rest of us to get caught up. All right? I'm going to come by and help out those that might need it. Let's see the trigger. All right. So one thing I want to show you real quick. If you don't yet have your firearm, your slide off, if you don't have it off yet, watch me real quick. So when we pull that trigger, notice how, first off, it's all the way forward. All right, when we pull that trigger, all right, it stays to the rear. If I pull the slide too far back, it'll reset the trigger. So if you mistakenly reset your trigger, go ahead and pull that again. Because you might do everything right, but if that trigger's not been actually depressed yet, it won't go. So it's not this piece right here, it's going to be this piece right here. So you see how it's this way? We want to pull it this way, and from both sides. So try this. All right, do me a favor, go ahead and stand up. All right. Now press the table on nose on the gun. Now you're sideways, go this way so you can see down in your magazine well. Now take your hand, palm up. All right, come from underneath, thumb and middle finger is what I do. Pull that down towards you, and then lift up on that frame. There you go, there you go, there you go. Yeah, sometimes you have it, but the slide won't actually just fall off. You get to kind of help it off, all right? I'm gonna come by and help those people make sure that you get there. Good, perfect, there you go. One thing though, go ahead and pull that trigger.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, you could be doing everything right, but if you don't pull that trigger. Go ahead and pull that for me. Now do everything you were doing before.
So it wasn't just me?
No, no. Oh, you're real close.
See, my skin's just sliding
You're right.
around it.
You're right. So let's do this. So you got a good angle right there. You're coming from the top. Try to go from this way. Yep, and pull it down towards you and then lift up.
I think if I do it left-handed.
That's fine. Yeah, whatever works best for you. Oh.
Kind of.
And now you're trying to use your nail. Try to use the pad of your finger. Perfect. Yeah.
It's just sliding.
Yeah, it is. It is.
That's the problem.
If you need to kind of
Sliding down.
try to do this. Go ahead and put it down. Try your hand off on this. And
I
then
did that
and
too.
do this too. Yeah. Because I know some of these are still kind of greasy from
I did
yesterday.
that too.
Yeah.
Like no matter what I do, they're just sliding.
All right, so when I say boom, let's try it again. Yeah. It sounds crazy. This is the same as that gun, but try this. Something that changes scenery will work. Watch this. Try that one. It's the same as that gun. Yeah, and then when you have it, which I think you do, there you go. Boom.
See, that
There you
one's
go.
just slippery.
Gotcha. So this one's gonna be a lot different. This one's actually gonna have to be locked back. All right. So I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna let you do it. And this is gonna be. I can think of this as a hand on a clock. Is that the 3 o'clock position? We want to rotate it down to the 6, almost maybe 7. Oh, what's that doing? What's this thing do? What is this? Is it? Up? No, not on this one though. This actually rotates down. There you go, all the way there. There you go. Then it comes off. Yeah, XDs go up. This one goes down now. So let me see. Boom. This one's probably brand new too, right?
For like 5 years.
Okay.
It's been in the safe.
Yeah, go ahead and so rotate that from that position towards you. Yeah, and you gotta go all the way. Right, and once it locks there, yep, pull back and let go. Now pull the trigger. Cool, and it slides off. Cool. Anybody else need a little bit of help? Yeah, good. Got you. So it's gonna be a little bit different. Let's see. So I think I know how to do it. I'm gonna show you, and then I'll let you do it. So we're gonna lock it back. All right, so we're gonna bring that back.
You take it all the way back.
Yep, and then we're gonna rotate this probably
Then
down.
it goes down.
Yep, and then right here, boom. Yeah. And then I'll let you do that.
So you gotta go all the way up.
Then this slides down when it's all the way up.
Yep. So what we want to do is this. I'll show you again real quick. So what we want to do is we want to lock it back.
Then you lock it there. Okay.
Yep. And
you
then
stick
yep,
it like-
exactly.
Then it slides.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. This has to go down.
So go ahead and lock it real quick, so so you don't have to hold that slide at all.
There we go.
All right. And now rotate that down.
That's
Yep.
what I
And then pull back and let go. There you go. All right. Everyone has their slides off. All right. This is what we're gonna do next. All right. We have our slide off. This is our frame. That's off. Take that. There's many more parts to this. This is as far as we're going to take it apart. Take that, set it to the side for me. Now we have our slide, and we're going to have it upside down. Spring is up. We're going to take that spring, we're going to press it just a little bit, and pull that up and out of there. Set that to the side. The barrel, all right, we're going to slide it a little bit forward and pull it up and out of the bottom of that slide. Set that to the side for me as well. And then we have the slide itself. All right, the slide itself, many more parts, just like the frame. This is as far as we are going to take this apart for the purposes of field stripping and cleaning our firearms. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is going to go ahead, take these two towels you have in front of you, take them apart, lay one out. One's your placemat, one's for wiping it down. They're both the same though, so whichever one you use doesn't matter. Take your parts, that one that you laid out, lay your parts out amongst that. We have our slide, our barrel, our spring and spring guide, and our frame. Now, on each of these tables, some of these materials we need to share, but we have cleaner. We have these cans of cleaner. We have either the yellow tops or the red tops. It's the same stuff. Go ahead, share that if you need to, but spray that gun down. Inside and out. Go ahead and do that now. Spray that gun down inside and out, in the barrel, in the frame, in the slide. You don't need to use a whole ton. There's no such thing as too much at the same time. Yeah, and nothing about that spray is going to hurt that gun, all right? There's no electronics or sensitive sensors or anything like that. All right, you're going to spray that gun down. All right, spray that gun down. Take your toothbrush you have there, which is nothing special. Don't put it in your mouth. Put it on the gun. Anywhere that this thing can reach, you want to hit it. All right, just like any teeth you have in your mouth when you brush your teeth, anything that's freaking teeth, you fucking hit it, and your gums. All right, brush that gun down inside and out. Inside and out, inside the trigger guard, the frame, the slide, outside the barrel. All right, now the inside of the barrel you won't be able to get with that toothbrush, obviously. So that's why you have bore snakes. All right, if you ever cleaned a gun in the past, all right, and you had the rod system, this replaces that, essentially, for the most part. All right, you unravel that. All right, and this is just for cleaning the inside of the barrel. That's all this does. All right, you drop it in one end, pull it through to the other. It doesn't really matter which side. Now, we'll say this, though. All right, it doesn't honestly matter which side. But if the gun is put together, think about this. Let me see. Boom. It doesn't matter, but let's just say that my barrel is caked full of dirt, all right? And I'm cleaning that out. If I go from the chamber end to the muzzle end, and I pull it out, all that dust is getting, and dirt and stuff is getting pulled out. Where is it going to end up at? Right on the ground. If I go the other way, when it comes out of that barrel, where's it going to end up at? Back inside the gun itself. So, is it going to hurt anything? No, it's just counterintuitive. All right, just like if I go to clean my truck and I'm power washing my truck, in a muddy driveway, a muddy dirt driveway. It's not gonna hurt anything. It just doesn't make sense. Counterintuitive, right? It is. If you're gonna just choose one way or the other, when it's put together, the chamber end to the muzzle end would be most efficient. But it's not gonna mess the rifling up. Nothing like that, all right? Now at the same time too, if I've got a $5,000 gun and the manufacturer, highly recommends that you go from the chamber end to the muzzle end to the chamber end, or vice versa, whatever, then I would do whatever that manufacturer says. But in the general scheme of things, it's not going to mess up what we're doing here. All right, these are not precision guns. These are not anything like that. All right, these are tools for the trade. All right. Now I will say to a certain extent that might be a matter of opinion. Right? People's opinions on different things, vary. All right, but I will say my opinion based on what we're working with here. All right, it is not my opinion on what we're working with here based on my experience with these for many times. That is my opinion. All right, spray down that gun, brush down that gun, wipe off all that excess dirt and cleaner. All right, you could rinse and repeat, do that again. All right, if you wanted to, not really necessary. All right. Now the Q-tips are not really for scrubbing; they're more or less for cleaning all those hard to reach spots, getting all that, absorbing all that loose dirt and leftover solvent and whatnot. If this is going to be your carry gun, all right, you want to get as much of that solvent off of there as possible, all right, because you don't want that solvent on the gun or working its way out of the gun. All right, getting all over your hands, getting all your clothing. If you were to, which I wouldn't recommend, but if you were to carry in a purse or a laptop bag, you don't want that grease and solvent getting all over your stuff. All right. Again, it maybe depends on the gun, but for most guns, I'd say all guns that I own, all right, I don't lubricate them myself. All right, I run them per se dry. All right. All right. Part of that reason is that when you have leftover grease and solvent left on that gun, what is that going to attract? Dust. All right. If you're carrying that gun, all right, if you're carrying a gun, you're carrying it every day, whatever you find in your belly button, you're going to find on that gun. Lint, sweat, dust. All right. If your gun doesn't, further attract it even more, that's even better. All right. Like yesterday, some of the people didn't clean out their guns enough, and I don't give a shit. It's not going to hurt anything. But I'm grabbing these guns, I'm putting them away in the case and stuff. My hand's got all this solvent crap all over it. My case got a lot of solvent all over it and stuff. Not really going to hurt anything. It's just kind of an inconvenience a little bit, right? So, if nothing else, for my purposes, I'm going to ask you to make sure you get as much solvent off there as possible. At the same time, too, I'm not going to grade you on how clean or how dirty the gun is. This is more or less so you can get your feet wet. You can get experience having taken apart a firearm, how to clean it, all right? These guns get shot and cleaned damn near every day. All right, and give you an idea, these guns have anywhere from probably 100 to 150 rounds through them since the last time they were cleaned, all right? It gives you an idea how dirty a gun gets, all right? I wouldn't say these are crazy dirty by any means, all right? Once you start shooting, 500, 600, 700 rounds, when you start kind of really noticing that on the gun itself. All right, and how clean you make your gun, that's all a matter of opinion. All right, it's a little bit different and stuff. I remember, obviously, Marine Corps, we clean our rifles, we clean them pretty good, generally speaking. But I remember, on my range and stuff that I worked, we hosted every year. We hosted the base intramural matches. We hosted the Eastern Division Marine Corps matches, and we hosted the entire Marine Corps matches. I remember, different strokes for different folks. But when at the Marine Corps level and stuff, like the Marine Corps matches, you get the best of the best out there. You had some guys where, you had not pre-call, but you had practice days and you had the no shit days, all right? And there's some people that they would, do their practice days and stuff. And then before the last practice day, they would clean their gun. The last practice day, they would shoot their gun. And then they wouldn't clean their gun before the actual, competition day. Their opinion, and I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with it, but their opinion was they wanted a little bit of dust on there before they got into the actual, certification. They didn't want it completely clean. Right? I don't recall what their idea behind that was, and I don't disagree or agree with it. Just, hey, whatever your opinion is, do that with your gun. Your guns, you can do whatever you want. All right? Now, we'll say, too, if you don't have an opinion yet, all right, general rule of thumb, all right, is that you clean your gun every occasion that you shoot it, all right, and or at least once a year, because it's not outside the realm of possibility that you might have guns that you don't shoot every year. You haven't shot in 2 or 3 years. So the general rule of thumb is that you clean it every time you fire it, every occasion, at least once a year, and or if you carry that gun every year, or not every year, every day, you carry this gun daily, my recommendation is that you would clean it, at least once a month. Because again, whatever you find, and this is kind of a funny thing, but it's serious, whatever you find in your belly button, you're going to find in that gun. Dust, dirt, lint, sweat, all that good stuff. All right, so you need to clean your gun like you clean your belly button. All right, some of y'all might be once every 10 years. All right, if you need a Q-tip, I got some out there for you. All right, give it another minute or so. Start wiping them down. If you haven't already, finish that up. Q-tipping them up. All right, and here in a moment, we will get back into reassembly. Try not to get started on that. Even if you know what you're doing, try to stay on the same pace with me. I'll explain to you exactly why here in a moment. Also, just so you know, these bore snakes, to show you how to put them away, I'm going to ask you to do that for me, is what you do is you take your finger through this loop here at the end. All right, what I usually do is use my middle finger. Take that fatty portion, wrap it around your hand a couple times till it's all no more. Take your hand out. All right, and what I do is I take the skinnier portion, and I wrap it around that. All right, when you get to the end, you take that metal portion, and you throw it, and you put it back inside of the skinny portion. So now I can do whatever I need to do, and it's not going to tangle it up, all right? All right, now, go ahead. We're getting ready to go into reassembly now, all right? Again, trying to get ahead of me, try to stay on pace, all right? What we're going to go ahead and do is essentially in reverse order. Have your slide upside down, that large cavity facing up. You're going to drop your barrel in, muzzle first. All right, when it sets in its place, all right, the front end, the muzzle end of that barrel will stick out of the slide a millimeter or two. All right, that's perfectly normal and fine. Now, the spring guide. I will say, if you have my Glocks, you have the Gen 4 or 5 45s. Sorry, 44s. The spring guide looks like this. You got a longer, fatter end and a shorter, skinnier end. All right, that longer, fatter end is going to go in first at the muzzle end. It's going to insert. You're going to compress that spring just a little bit, and it's going to get caught in the bottom of that barrel lug. All right, there's 2 different little, I call steps on the barrel lug. One's flat, one's curved. This is going to rest in the curved barrel lug step. All right? All right. Now, this is why I didn't want you to get ahead of me. All right? Because if this TV was a person right now, does it matter where this is pointed at? No. All right? But as I'm doing this next step, which I'll show you here in a moment, if I'm doing this next step and I put it together and I have it pointed at that person still, all right, that's now a problem. So make sure as you're doing this, you realize that we're getting back into having a loaded firearm in our hand. All right? Now, that actual step, how it actually looks is this. All right? It's not tip to tip, one end to the other. It's not that. There's a rail that starts on these Glocks about a quarter of the way back on the slide. All right? Or sorry, on the frame, excuse me. That rail is going to insert into the back of the slide. There's a little small cutout in the bottom rear end of this slide. All right, we're going to insert that rail inside the back of that cutout. All right, inserting now. All right, now we're going to keep it lined up as we bring it all the way back. And again, you're doing this pointed down. I'm just doing this so I can show you a better view. We're going to pull that slide all the way back and let go. Now I'm going to come by. I'm going to help out those that might need it. All right, and once I see everyone's on the same page, make sure you point it down. Once we're on the same page, then, right here. Then we're going to go ahead and I'll show you a functions check. Make sure you point it down for me, okay? All right, cool. So, if any mistake that you can make today, I've made that same mistake already. So don't be embarrassed by it and whatnot. It happens, all right? If you don't keep your slide lined up with that frame exactly, there'll be a huge gap right here, all right? And it's not on there right, obviously. So at that point, we got to take it apart. This might be a little more difficult. All right, then we got to look and we got to take our time, put it back together. All right, slowly taking our time, getting lined up. All right, any mistake you make, even that one I showed, I've done it too. That's how I know how to fix it. You don't know how to fix a mistake until you've made it yourself. All right? I'm going to come by and help out anyone else that might need it. Anybody else think they need help? Then you want me to come on by? Gotcha.
The slide lever, I can't remember where.
So I'll show you and I'll let you do it.
Yeah.
So we're going to, actually this one is, I think I recall, because actually the guy, oh, no, we're good. All right, so what we're going to do is pull back all the way, lock it back, and
When you pull back, it slid up.
yeah, exactly, it did. I
Okay.
did. Some do that, some don't. But yeah, so boom. Yeah, try that. Try to pull it all the way back and see if it'll do it for you. And if it doesn't, then you can just do it. If you can, try to lock it back and then do that if you need to. Remember the lock back? So go ahead and,
Oh, I see, lock it back.
yep.
Okay.
All right, and then rotate it. There you go. There you go. Good. All right, I think we're all on the same page. Oh, we're not? All right, gotcha. All right, so again, hey, look, and again, anything you do, I've already done myself. So I've learned, so let me go ahead and show you how to do it. So sometimes if the spring's not lined up the way it's supposed to, the spring guide will end up sticking out like that. It looks kind of funky. Literally, a lot of times, all you gotta do is pull it. There we go. That's all it was. All right. Yep, so just like we saw that first time, all right? He didn't get it lined up exactly right. So all we're going to do, all right, take it back apart. All right. Now, a lot of times it's because the spring's not fully set all the way in there, and we see that here. So we're just going to press it and get it lined up properly. All right, then I'm going to allow him to go ahead and match it back up and pull that slide all the way back. What we're going to do is called a functions check. This is like the car world. All right, if you take your car to a dealership and you get your brakes done, I would like to hope that they would take it for a spin around the block and make sure the brakes are working the way they're supposed to. Same thing here. So in doing that, we're going to do a functions check, and that is this. Again, go ahead, pull that trigger, and then pull that slide back. Make sure you point it straight down as you're doing that, all right? All right? Now go ahead and do that 2 more times for me. Pull the trigger, pull the slide back. Trigger, pull the slide back. All right? Now do me one more favor and pull the slide back 3 times, no pulling the trigger. All right? With that, we just did a functions check on our firearm. Now, while you did that, all right, if you had an impossible time, you couldn't pull a slide back. And what I mean by that, to be clear, it's not that you don't have the same handshake that you once had. What I mean is it's just jammed up. All right? You try to pull that trigger, it won't go at all. When you do pull the trigger, it does go, but it doesn't reset when you pull that slide back. If that's happening, that shows us, hey, something's wrong here. Let's go ahead, take it back apart, take our time, put it back together, and move on from there. All right? So now what I'm going to ask you to do is go and put that firearm back on your table for me. All right? Take your 2 towels. All right? Hang them up together in the air. Just like this. All right, we're going to do a little bit of laundry. All right? I need you to go ahead. Together, fold those in half together. Fold those in half again together. So now they're a quarter of the size. All right? What I'm going to ask you to do, again, I showed you how to take and put the boar snake away, but I'm going to show you one more time for those that might have missed it. All right? It's unraveled. All right? Put your middle finger through that, the fatter end. It has a little loop there. Put your middle finger through there. Wrap it around your hand loosely. All right? Now take your hand out of that when you run out of the fatty portion. All right, and then wrap the skinnier portion around that. All right, and then put that metal back into there. So it's all self-contained. Questions during the break, and for those that had those, a lot of times, I ask you to hold off and bring those up during the class itself. If you can, who has those good questions that we can go and discuss now? Yes.
Yeah, I've got a question for you. You walk into a strip mall, you 7 stores. One of the stores has a piece of paper with a Sharpie that says no weapons allowed.
Right.
Is there a standard that you look for when you go in? Because a lot of them have a lot of stickers sometimes on stores. Is there a standard sign for no weapons allowed in the store that you look for?
So good question. Signs that say no guns allowed. All right. I ignore every single one of them unless it's backed by law. None of them are backed by law for the most part, unless it's at a federal facility, unless it's at a public school, some of that along that nature. They're not enforceable by law. All right. If like for example, and in case you ever noticed it, you may not have actually seen what it actually said, Like Walmart, they have a sign. What it actually says is they kindly ask you to refrain from open carry. But they did not say you cannot open carry, first off. All right? 2, even if they were to say no firearms allowed, open or concealed. All right? In Maryland, that has no legal backing. All right? In Maryland, if they have that, what's the worst case scenario if you do carry in there? Trespassing. All right? Them asking me not to bring my dog in there is no different from them asking me not to bring my gun in there. Them asking me to wear a shirt in there is no different from them asking me not to carry a gun in there. All right? There's no legal backing to it. Again, unless outside of that, unless it's one of those a rehab center, not a physical rehab, but like a drug rehab center, or a correctional facility, or a law enforcement facility, or a postal office, something like that, where there's legal behind that. But generally speaking, a private business, they can ask you to do whatever. They absolutely can, right? But there is no legal backing to that in Maryland. Now, I want to be clear, and I'm not going to try to bring up other states too much because I don't want to confuse people, but I'm talking about Maryland. I'm going to try to keep the focus mostly entirely to Maryland. When you go to other states, they may or may not have that as well. All right? They also may have where, hey, if they have no guns allowed, that means that you can't legally carry in there. All right? So when in Rome, do as the Romans. For an example, Texas is always viewed as being the gun mecca. Like, you can do whatever you want out there. It's the wild, wild west. It ain't true. All right? When I went there last year for my first time, only time so far, not that I won't go back, but my first time going was last May. I felt so much more uncomfortable carrying there than I do in Maryland. Right? They have signs, right? 2 different ones. One deals with open carry, one deals with concealed carry. And it's written in their law that if they have one of these signs, let's say they have both. They have both signs prominently displayed at the entrance of a building, and you walk right past that, that's you now illegally carrying a firearm. Not you trespassing, that's you illegally carrying a firearm. All right? The hotel that we stayed at had that. All right? And I had to illegally conceal carry in my own hotel. All right? Many restaurants that I went to had that. I illegally ate dinner at these restaurants. All right? But in Maryland, that's not that same problem does not exist. All right? For example, can you carry at FedEx Field? Legally speaking, you can. Now, do they have a policy against it? Yes. Do they have on-duty and off-duty law enforcement uniform and otherwise there to enforce their policies? Yes. Worst case is a what? Trespass. All right? But it is legal for you to carry in there. All right? Same thing with, like, say, MGM Grand and National Harbor. All right? Again, not illegal for you to carry in there, but they do have a policy against it, and they do have resources there to enforce their policy, but their policy is not law. Has no legal backing. All right? So, depending on the place and stuff, I may still carry like I do, and or I'm probably going to still carry, like I went to the Hippodrome, I carried concealed against their policy, all right? But I carried concealed, and they had no idea that it was there, even though the metal detectors went off and whatnot. I carried in there concealed. That's what I would refer to as a non-permissible environment. It's not illegal, but it's just frowned upon, all right? So if a store has a sign, whether with a Sharpie marker or properly printed off with a competent sign, whatever, none of that has legal backing in Maryland. All right? Any other good questions?
Can you talk about gun safety around children?
So children and firearms, all right? There may or may not be other people here that have kids. Some of you may not have kids. Some of you may never have kids. Some of y'all may have kids in the future. All right? I'm not telling you how to parent. I'm just going to tell you real quick how I parent and what my opinions are a little bit. You're welcome to disagree. Growing up, I did not grow up on guns at all. My family didn't really have them at all. I wouldn't say they were against them. It's just something they just didn't partake in. They didn't, their parents didn't really partake in that at all. They didn't, and I didn't as a kid. Growing up, when I saw a gun, it was usually, on a cop or someone that I at least thought was a cop. Maybe I misperceived that, but cops had guns, military guns. That was, my thoughts because of my lack of experience and lack of being around firearms. Obviously, it's not true. That's just what my perception was growing up. At times when I did see guns, because there were some people in the family that had firearms. Like my grandparents, they had we visited them and stuff, like Virginia and stuff. they had a nice little wood gun case with a glass front and stuff. They had their old lever action and granddaddy's old shotgun in there and stuff. And whenever I would go to their house and stuff, that's the first place I go to look at their guns and shit, because I had no experience. I was so really curious, to see these things in real life that I'd seen in movies and shit. I remember one time, even I wasn't a young kid, but I was, older, but I was still a kid more or less. I think I was like maybe 14, 15, maybe even 16. I don't recall. Was at my grandfather's house, and he had that, but he also ended up sneaking around and stuff, being a nosy little kid, getting the shit you're not supposed to get into. And I remember finding a gray Ruger case in the top of his closet, and when he wasn't looking, I, curious ass kid and shit, even like 15, 16 years old, pulled that shit down and stuff, like put it on this bed, open it up. I was like, holy shit, like an unlocked gun, like I get to fuck with when he's not looking, like, oh yeah, because that was the type of person I was growing up. Like I got in trouble all the time. I got arrested twice when I was 13 and 18 and stuff. We'll talk maybe more about that later and stuff. But I will say, like, he was a mean old man. So I was worried he's gonna come back and stuff. So I didn't have enough time to really get messing with it too much and stuff. So I looked at it a little bit and ended up closing up, putting it up for it. He came in there and whooped my ass, because he would whoop my ass if he found me. But I was curious even at 15, 16 years old, even when I got in the Marine Corps, like, at boot camp and stuff, and being given a rifle and shit, I was like, oh, like, one, I was nervous as shit and getting my ass freaking railed and freaking in the sand pits and stuff. But every time I got the hands on the fire, I'm like, oh man, like, this is real, I was curious for a very long time, even coming into my adult life a little bit. But with getting life experience, with getting hands-on, it became less of a curious thing that I got to learn about. It became just another part of life, part of my job, part of, what I was doing. My kids have already gotten past all that. They're 3 and 7, and they're not even curious about guns, because they've been around it all their entire life. They've been surrounded by it all their entire life. They sometimes they're at class and stuff, because maybe we can't find childcare or whatever. So they're at class, they see guns here, they see guns at the house, they see what daddy does, they see daddy on the YouTube on their freaking iPad and shit. They see guns everywhere. They're not curious of it at all. We've broken through that curiosity, maybe not on purpose, just it happened that way. All right. My kid, the 7-year-old and or the 3-year-old, all right, is less curious than me at 16, 17, 18, even 19 years old, having been in the Marine Corps for a year. We already gotten them broken in that way, all right? They see a firearm on my hip, they're not coming up and like, oh, Daddy, what is that on your hip? If they happen to see a firearm, if I'm in the bedroom and stuff, working on my laptop and I have my firearm not on me, it's sitting on my nightstand right next to me. They don't come in like, oh, Daddy, you're on your laptop? Let me mess with your firearm that's right next to you and stuff. They see it, and it's just another thing. They've been around it so damn much that we've broken that curiosity, Again, it's a lot kind of like driving and stuff. When I first started driving, I didn't get a driver's license until I was almost 18 and stuff, because I was a little hellion and shit, and they didn't trust me. All right, once I got my driver's license at like 17, almost 18 years old, all right, what'd I do? I went out and fucking got stuck in fields in my Jeep and shit, trying to go off-road and whatnot. I tried to figure out how to, burn out and stuff in the neighborhood court. All right, I did a bunch of stupid shit. I got pulled over a couple times. Still do that. All right, still do that a lot. All right, but the kids growing up that had four-wheelers on the farm. They lived on a farm. They had four-wheelers on the farm. They drove tractors. They had like the family, farm truck and blah, blah, blah. They'd already been dealing with that for years. And then they go and get their driver's license, and that's just a further extension of their, experience with motor vehicles. So I don't think that they were probably acting as immature and dumb as I was at 18 years old with my vehicle. All right, so what I'm trying to get at is what my opinion is, and it might be wrong, all right, but my opinion is curious kids get into fucking guns and they do dumb shit with them. They do stuff behind your back. They do different things like that. That's happens with curious kids, all right? What I would say is, my opinion is, break the curiosity. Don't make it taboo. Don't shield them from that stuff. Bring them into that. Include them maybe in what you're doing. If you're taking apart and cleaning your firearm and stuff, obviously you're doing it safely. Hey, bring them in on it. Hey, look at maybe learned at class last week. Hey, I'm doing it with my firearm. You want to do it too? All right, well, let me show you how to do this safely. Let me show you some of the things that I've learned. Include them in that stuff. Then they're going to be less curious. I will say, like, it's not like I take my kids out shooting every day. Right? I'm a busy adult just like you. We got jobs. We got, maybe you're in your company too. They've got sports on stuff. And while they do shoot maybe more than the average kid, maybe they definitely shoot more than I ever did. I only shot a shotgun one time on the farm with my buddies and his dad, and that was the extent of my experience before the Marine Corps. They already own their own firearms. Like my first daughter, she got her first firearm at her first birthday. Everyone, cause like there's other gun people, I guess, in my friends and family group and stuff, but I'm definitely the biggest gun guy. So like a lot of them were like, why are you giving a 1-year-old a gun? Like I think they just thought like I was gonna give it to her and she can put it with her pillow and she could just cuddle with it at night and shit. Like that's obviously not how it works. All right. Obviously it's secured up. She only has access to it when I give her access to it and I'm right there with her. All right. She shot it for the first time when she was almost 3, but she was still 2. Obviously, that was very dumbed down, very slow process. I was right there with her. Not only was I right there with her, but I was holding her and holding the gun. All right. It fit her as a very small gun. I have sense, but I haven't got to work with her on it. But she does now sense have her own pistol and even a holster for it. And once I do find the time and opportunity, all right, I will slowly start teaching her how to safely and effectively draw my holster, as I will do with you all later. Obviously, with her being 7 currently, maybe 8 when I'd start with her, doing that, I'll teach her differently than I'll teach you today. All right, I'll teach her slower than I'll teach you today. She'll pick up on it maybe a little slower, possibly, maybe faster, I don't know, than you today. But I'm going to include her in that shit. My kids definitely, by the time they're 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, they will not only be not curious of firearms, but they're going to be, safely handling them. They're going to be, I would hope, my goal and hope is obviously they're proficient with them too. Them at, years down the road at 11, 12 years old, they're going to be much more safe, proficient, less curious, more knowledgeable of firearms than I was even at 18, right? That's, I don't know. I could talk about this shit in general, obviously, for days. I get paid to talk, right? But that's my kind of thoughts. Again, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not telling you that's how you need to parent. That's just what my experience has been, both from growing up not around guns at all to having kids that grew up around guns all the time, and seeing the differences and how we react to firearms, how they react to firearms now, and how I did at that point in time. What you do is up to you. You know your family. You know your kid better than I do. All right. Growing up, I remember I shot that one time with my buddy and his dad. They hunted and whatnot, and I think they went out to go sight their gun in and stuff. And they're like, "Sure, you can come," And they let me shoot it one time. And I remember after that, I was like, "Oh, Dad, Mom, I want a shotgun. I want a shotgun." And they were like, "Fuck no, you stupid, not you," because I was always in trouble and stuff. Like honestly, I wouldn't have probably bought myself a gun at that point in time either. All right. But that was me at that point in time. They knew me better than I knew myself, all right? You know your kid better than you know them, or than they know themselves, all right? So do what you're comfortable with, all right? And at the same time, too, I will say don't just stick with only in your comfort zone. Like maybe push that bound a little bit, but as long as you do it safely, that's the main thing that matters, all right? Now, with that being said, even though my kids are not curious of firearms, even though they don't get into shit, all right, I'm still not going to leave a firearm just completely loaded and leave it unsecure and just hoping for the best. And at the same time, too, there will be a time, though. I'm not going to lie. There will be a time when that happens, though. All right? When? I don't know. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. It might be when they're 14, 15 years old. We might get to the point where I trust them enough, they're safe and proficient enough, they're not curious at all. All right? At 14, 15 years old, there might be a time where I do say, hey, if there's a firearm, don't fucking touch it. Hey, if something happens, I'm not home. Because is it unreasonable to leave a 14, 15-year-old at home alone? I don't think so. I don't know if it's legal, but I don't give a shit about that. Because they could say, oh, it's illegal for you to leave your 18-year-old home alone. I don't care. But there might be a time where they're 14, 15, whatever years old, and I'm like, hey, obviously, hey, we're going to the store, hey, going to dinner with your mom and stuff, y'all, stay out of trouble and stuff. Hey, look. Something absolutely happens. And they're going to obviously be very knowledgeable on this by that point. But, hey, something happens. You need something. 1, fucking call me. 2, if you need something, something serious has happened, you know where that gun is. You know how to use it. You know how to do the right thing, right? Because is it unthinkable that I'm at dinner with my wife, my kids are 14, 15 years old, and somebody, you ever heard of a home invasion? Is it unthinkable that could happen while I'm away at dinner with my wife and my 14, 15-year-old are the only ones home, right? If I think that in my experience with them over the years and stuff, if I think that they are safe enough, responsible enough, mature enough to be able to handle that, you might be disagreeing, but I don't think that would be wrong of me to be able to do that, right? I've seen, you can look it up on the internet and stuff and verify these stories and stuff, but there's been actually, I remember one, this girl, I think she might have actually been like 12, maybe 13, and she had a little single-shot 22 that her dad had gotten for her and something that they've been working on with it for years and stuff, and it was in the closet in the dad's bedroom and stuff, and she knew not to touch it without his permission, but they were gone and stuff, and someone violently kicked in the door and started, ransacking the house and trying to find her. She was in the closet with that firearm. They opened that closet door, and she fucking defended herself. Right? Some people might say, that's crazy. 12-year-old with a gun, unlocked, unsecured and stuff. Hey, well, that parent felt that was the right thing for them. Hey, and it worked out in that situation. Had she not had that, what might have happened? Not saying that your 12-year-old should be that person. Not saying that I was that person at 12. I wasn't. But I like to think, and I hope that in a few years to come and stuff, that my 12-year-old might be able to be competent in that way, mature enough in that way. Safe enough and effective enough with their firearm in that way. So I just turned that little question, I turned it into like a 30-minute conversation. I fucking talk for days. Any other good questions? All right, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to talk to you about holsters, show you different holsters, things to think about with holsters, things to consider when buying a holster. All right? Holsters, there's tons of different types of holsters out there. Methods in which they're meant to be carried, materials in which are used to manufacture them, the methods in which they are manufactured, colors, shapes, sizes. There's one size fits all. There's also, the holsters made to fit your specific gun. But holsters, regardless, do two main things. They should do two main things. They should do both things effectively. They both secure the firearm to your person, all right, and they protect the trigger. All right? They secure the firearm to your body, and they protect the trigger. How does any gun discharge? How does it go off? Something pulls the trigger, right? Something pulls the trigger. All right? If you buy, not that this is that, but let's say you were to buy these little pocket pistols. All right? And you just put it in your pocket. That's not a good idea, right? Anyone ever sit there, oh, wait, real quick, let me go ahead, I'll put your phone number in my phone. Oh, where's my phone at? And you scrunch your pockets and pull the trigger on that gun that's in your pocket. And or, what do you have in your pockets that could fit in there and can pull that trigger? I've got a flashlight, I got chapstick, got a pocket knife, keys, a lot of different things, all right? Don't just put a pocket pistol in your pocket, all right? One, I wouldn't recommend you have a pistol in your pocket in general. But if you were to do that, if you were to, say, even put it in a bag, laptop bag, purse, fucking fanny pack, all right? Don't just put it in there. Make sure that something is protecting that trigger. For example, let's see, where did it go? I picked this thing up the other day at a gun shop. It's not bad. I don't have any personal use for it, but it protects, encompasses, and holds on to that gun. It covers that trigger entirely. All right, unless you pull that off, nothing's getting inside there to pull that trigger. All right. Now, if I were to put this, to say, in like a laptop bag or something like that, I would make sure this is dummy corded inside of there. So I reach into my laptop bag or my purse or whatever it might be, and I go to pull that firearm out. All right, that stays with the bag. The gun comes out. Now the gun is fully exposed. The trigger is fully exposed, and I can use it as I feel necessary. Now, real quick, before I get further into this real quick is a blue gun. This is not a real gun. This is not even a gun. This is not an airsoft gun, a water gun. All right, this is a prop, a training prop. This is a prop. This is not an Alec Baldwin prop. This is an actual prop. right? So I want to be clear about that because I'll use it in different ways that I wouldn't otherwise be able to safely do with a actual firearm, all right? I just want to be clear about that before I start waving this thing around one night, all right? But if you're going to do certain things that I maybe wouldn't recommend, you got to find the safest way and effective way to do that. Again, don't just put it in your purse. What do you have, ladies, if you have a purse? What do you have in your purse that can fit inside that trigger guard and pull that trigger? All right, a lot of different shit, right? Everything but the kitchen sink, all right? There's also been a story where this lady was in, she had her purse, all right, sitting in the cart at like Walmart or whatever. A 3-year-old sitting in the cart next to the purse. She's grabbing something off the shelves or whatever. Curious little 3-year-old, 2-year-old, whatever the age of the kid was. They find this firearm, and they fucking shoot her by accident and kill her. All right. I don't tend to generally victim blame, but that was her fault. That was her doing something dumb, allowing that to happen. That was totally a consequence of her actions. All right. First off, opinion, not a fact, not a law or anything like that. But my opinion is I would not carry in a purse or a bag or a laptop bag myself. If nothing else, I know myself. I will probably forget that bag somewhere, all right, in my vehicle, at a store, at a restaurant, all right? That's not a good thing to forget. Your laptop bag, your purse, whatever it might be, with your firearm in it, all right? Not only that, let's say you don't forget your shit anywhere. What tends to be stored in laptop bags and purses? Expensive things, right? Expensive things that people sometimes snatch those bags and run off, and now they've got your purse. And not only do they have their purse, they have your gun, they have your wallet, they have your phone, they have your keys, all right? That's not a good situation to be in. Whether you leave it somewhere or somebody takes it from you, it's not a good situation to be in. All right, ladies, you have your purse, but you have your wallet inside of that. You pull up to the gas station, you grab your wallet out of your purse, you get out, you're pumping gas. While that purse is sitting there on your passenger seat with your gun inside of it, somebody comes around the other side of the door, grabs that purse out, shuts the door quietly, it's gone, and you have no idea that happened. All right, anyone have seen videos of that happen? People do that shit all the time. All right, criminals, they're not good people, but they're not dumb either. All right, and the dumb ones go in jail. All right, so how do they stay out of jail? They're just smarter about whatever they do. All right, that's a smart way to get an easy purse, which has whatever might be in there, and nobody knows the difference. Nobody's fighting back. Nobody's calling the cops. Nobody has a description until they check the video camera at the gas station, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes later, maybe. All right? You're driving down the road and stuff. You get to the restaurant you're going to and stuff. You're like, where's my purse? I just had it out the gas station. Where's it at now? All right? I would not recommend that at all. All right? Although at the same time, too, I'm a grown-ass adult. That's my decision. You're a grown-ass adult. You make a decision for yourself. Nothing says you can't legally carry in Maryland in a purse or a laptop bag. But if you're going to do that, think about those things. Consider those things before you do that. All right? Getting back into holsters, you got to find the right holster for you. What I recommend is that you find a holster that fits your specific gun. It's not a one-size-fits-all. All right? This is an example of a one-size-fits-all. I know it dropped. One-size-fits-all. All right, this will fit a ton of different guns. There's not too many guns this won't fit. It'll fit them all. It'll fit them all half-ass. All right? Literally just hanging upside down, and it'll fall out. All right? That's not good. Now, I will say this is not just a level 1 holster. Any holster that holds any gun is referred to as a level 1 holster. Any holster is a level 1 holster. This would be an example of what's a level 2 holster. If it has a device that you have to disengage in order to get that firearm out of that holster, that elevates it. That one device elevates it from a 1 to a 2. All right, it's got this little cheap, little flimsy snap. All right. Now, if it has two devices that you need to disengage in order to get that firearm out, that takes it from a 1, not to a 2, but now to a 3. So every holster is a 1. If it has one device, it's a 2. If it has two devices, it's a 3. Does that make sense? All right, so for example, the holster that I use that you've been seeing me with today, all right, this is not only a level 2, but it's a level 3. When my firearm goes into my holster, all right, you'll see that you'll see in here, it clicks into place, all right, that's level 2. Now, I don't have to use it as a level 3, but I can, and by using it by level 3, I have to manually engage this hood. All right, so the idea is, all right, I have to be able to get the firearm out of the holster. I have to hit that hood. I have to press it down, rotate it forward. All right, and then take my thumb and pull that black tab you saw, pull that backwards. All right, and then the firearm is now freely exposed. Why would you want to consider buying a level 2 or a level 3 holster? Say it with your chest. If you're open carrying, you would strongly want to consider a level 2 or level 3 holster. Why? Might somebody try to see that and grab it? It's not highly likely, but it is possible. All right? Why? I don't know. I wouldn't want to do that. But, I don't know, somebody's criminally insane. All right? Somebody's suicidal. Somebody sees a free gun, all they got to do is get it off of you. All right? Maybe it could also be just an ignorant, dumb little kid, 2, 3 years old, like, oh, and they're just like reaching at it and stuff. They're not doing it maliciously, all right? But they're all right? If outside of the ignorant little kid, all right, outside of that, all right, if somebody grabs your gun, that's a problem. What is highly likely to happen if somebody grabs your gun and they get that out of there? There's a high likeliness that they're going to shoot you with that own firearm of yours. All right? You do not want your firearm to get out of that holster and then have possession of that. Also, I mean, honestly, at the same time, too, I would try to fight not only to make sure they couldn't get it out, but for the most part that it stays in there. Because once it gets out, all right, you got to then maintain control of that, make sure that their finger doesn't get on that trigger, and that's not pointed at you. All right? So not only do I not want them to get it out and have it, but I don't want them to get it out at all, and then that is exposed in that situation. All right? So a way to increase your chances of it not getting out at all right, is to make sure that they can't get it out at all. All right? Again, they would have to know, with this, they would have to know and do it unabated. All right? They would have to hit that hood down, rotate it forward, pull that black tab back, and get that firearm out, all while you're there. All right? Are you going to sit there and just watch that happen? All right? You're going to, oh, yeah, no, hit that hood down. Yeah, oh, yeah, hit the hood down and hit that button. No. You're going to sit there and you're going to be fighting them off. All right? You do everything you have to do to make sure that firearm does not make it out of that holster. Everything. There's no rules at that point. All right? General rule of thumb and stuff, when men fight, what do we not do? Kick another man in the balls. That's just one of those things you don't do, right? Well, if you're grabbing my gun and you're putting me in fear of death or serious bodily harm, I'm not only going to wail the shit out of your balls, I'm going to fucking put my finger through your eye sockets. I'm going to do whatever I got to do. I'm going to punch the shit out of you. If I have a pocket knife on me, I'm taking it out, I'm opening it up, I'm plugging the shit out of you. I want you to let go of that. I want to get space from you. All right? All rules off the table. All right? Knife, yeah, that's a little bit excessive. That's deadly force. You could possibly kill that person. Absolutely, you're right, I could. If they get that firearm out of me, they could possibly kill me too. I want to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen. Even if that possibly means, God forbid, I don't want that. But if that means I have to take their life to make sure they don't get my firearm out and possibly take my life, then that's what I'm going to have to do. All right? Let me see if I can pull up a little quick video for you. Kind of show you what I mean by that. Watch the female detective and watch her firearm on her right hip.
And burying his body. And he drew this map to show where. Detectives come back in the room to calm him down, and he pulls the gun from Detective Opal Deed's holster.
It's out. It's out of that holster now. That flashlight that you might see that's mounted to the gun itself. Notice how she's fucking wailing at his head. You might say, oh, that's brutal. Why are you just going to beat the guy up? And whatever. Whatever you have to do to get him to break that grip from that firearm. All right? If he gets that firearm out, now not only could he possibly hurt that female detective he stole it from, the other detective that's in there, this other one that just walked in, all right? Now, I will say, too, to a certain extent, why don't they pull up their firearms and try to shoot him? It's a very fluid situation, right? Is it a smart idea to, in that close quarters and stuff, to introduce another firearm? All right? That could be pulled in and tangled into that mix. That, and there's a lot of movement going on. You don't want to accidentally pull your firearm out to shoot him, but accidentally shoot, one of the other deputies or detectives or whatever they are. All right. So again, a little context to think about.
Cruz entered the room.
Her wailing at his head.
A minute after he took the gun, Rhodes appears to be restrained. The next day,
Now I will say, I'm not going to go any more into that. You saw it. All right. I will say, I think she actually had the same holster that I might have, I think here. From what it looks like it's the same holster. Where did I take that one off at? Looks like the same holster, even maybe the same gun and light. I'm not even sure, but I think so. All right. Imagine, would that same thing happen if she had my tan holster? Imagine how hard it would be for him, how lucky he'd have to be able to get that firearm out of that holster. All right, it's not easy. All right, especially while you have somebody fighting you off, two people fighting you off. All right, that firearm probably would not have made it out of there. All right, something to think about. Now, if you're going to conceal carry, do you need to have that same worry, at least to that same extent? No. All right, I wouldn't have to worry about that at least as much. All right, for the most part. Why? Because people don't see it. They don't even know it's there. They don't even consider grabbing something they don't know it's there. All right? So, not at all saying that you shouldn't open carry, and that's why. I'm just saying things to think about. If you're going to open carry, you got to be maybe a little bit more smarter about it. All right? Don't just think that nobody's going to grab your gun. Nobody's going to mess with you. Nobody's going to test you. All right? Because that's the moment when they'll do that. All right? If you're going to conceal carry, that is, this way. When I open carry, I do have a level 2 and or a level 3 holster. But I've never carried a level 2 or level 3 holster concealed because it's that much of a not of a worry. All right. The other holsters I'm going to show you. All right. I'll actually talk about this one a little bit, not too much because most people are not going to buy this type of holster. All right. But I've modified it so it can quickly come on and off my belt very easily. All right. So if I need to go into a non-permissible environment, I can take that off. Nobody sees that. And if they do, they don't know what that is. All right, but that's when my holster connects to very quickly and easily. All right, it's not going anywhere. All right, and these holsters and stuff, they can generally vary in price. Obviously, a good holster is not cheap, and a cheap holster is not good. That little whatever I showed you, that's one size fits all. You can find these at pretty much every damn gun shop and every Walmart. All right, they're $15 then you'll probably get $10 to $15 worth of value out of that. You'll get what you money worth out of that. All right? But I never quite understood why somebody would spend hundreds of dollars on a class and $500+ on a gun to defend themselves with, and then they secure it to their body with a $10 piece of cloth, $15 piece of cloth. All right? You're only as good as your weakest link. That's your weak link right there. All right? Not that you need to spend hundreds of dollars on a holster. All right, you can get a good, decent holster. I've seen a lot of them in the $40 to $60 range. $40, $60 range, you can get a good, decent holster. All right, obviously you can get potentially a better one if you spend more. That tan one I have probably $160 invested into that with some modifications and stuff. But that's not honestly really necessary. All right, it's not really necessary for most people. All right, and how you're going to carry. All right, you can get a good, solid, durable, reliable, trusting holster in that $40 to $60 range. All right, a lot of the ones I'll show you today are in that range. All right, how it attaches to your body can vary. Generally speaking, I personally like, if there's, especially if it's outside the waistband, to use like what I refer to as holster loops. All right, this one does that. So I'm going to take this belt off. I think some of these you have to take your belt all the way off. Some you don't. All right, with this I do. All right, so I got belt loops all around, obviously, and then I have my my holster loop, belt loop, all right, and then holster loop again. And it comes off completely. All right, generally speaking, the easier it is for you to put that holster on and off, generally speaking, the easier it can come off. Also, it can also come off when you don't want it to. All right, so think about that. Oh, man, this is real nice. I don't have to even hold belt off. It comes off very easily when I want it to. Yeah, well, it can also come off very easily when you don't want it to. Think about that as well. All right, with your belt, you don't want it super tight. You just want it nice and firm. You don't want it loose at all. You don't need to cinch it down. All right, you just want it nice and firm. All right. You know, this little cheapo that I showed you, the one size fits all it does is you open that little metal clip and it slips over your belt. All right. It can come off very easily too. All right. I'm not a fan of that. That and like that could bend very easily. Like honest, do I want to bend it? Fuck it. Look how easy that was. I'm not a strong guy. All right. See if I can bend it back. You get what you pay for. All right. Let's see. Show you this one. This is level 1. There's no device. You get to disengage in order to get your firearm out. How this comes on and off is this is going to go between your boxers or your underwear and your shorts, your pants, and whatnot. The shorts, your pants, and the belt goes in between here. This is on the outside. All right, I'm gonna step back so everybody can see. All I'm doing is sliding it through. All right, that one part I showed you, again, is between my boxers and my shorts. This is completely on the outside. All right. All right, blue gun again. You'll notice it kind of clicked into place. That was not a device, that was just tension holding that firearm in, holding that blue gun in, all right? Now that tension that's holding it in, that is adjustable. You can make it so tight, I promise you can make it so tight that none of y'all can get that off. You can make it so loose that you pull it upside down and it'll probably fall out. What I would say is this. You want to make that as tight as you possibly can, yet, caveat, you can get it out every time you pull it. All right? If you go to pull that firearm out, you have to go 1, 2, you get it on the second time, that's a problem. You want to be able to get it out every time you pull it out, the first time you pull it. All right? You want to make it as tight as you can, yet you can do that every time. All right? Again, no device. There's no device that you have to, let me hit this button, let me hit this lever, and then I can pull it out. No. All right? It's just held in there by tension. All right? And you kind of hear it, again, engaging it, clicking into place. And it's made solely for this firearm. This particular blue gun is a replica of a Glock 17, full-size Glock 17. It's no different. It's just a blue gun version of the same one I've been having here. All right, this one happens to have a light mounted to it. It's just the same thing, though. Same exact replica. All right. Boom. Clicks into place. Now let's talk about that real quick. This gun, this is what I carry. All right. Let me just double check before I start really handling a whole lot. Clear. Clear. Jump over here. Just kind of diversify. Different people that are checking it out for me. Clear. 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 All right. I have a light mounted to it. All right. Something that you don't need to do, something to think about and consider. All right. Why is it a good idea to keep a light mounted to your gun? What's one of the firearm safety rules? Know your target, what lies beyond it. If it's dark as shit, and there's a potential, it may not be, but there's a potential threat in front of you, all right? Do you want to shoot first, ask questions later? Shoot first, turn the light on. Oh, fuck. It's my drunk kid sneaking back in the house. Yeah, oh shit. It's my mother-in-law coming by to check on us because we weren't answering our phones and they were worried about us. Oh shit. It was my neighbor drunk, walked in the wrong house. Oh shit. A lot of things. I've had a lot of stories I've heard of people where they didn't actually pull the trigger, but they got very close. They pulled a gun on somebody that they ended up being family. One lady, a class a couple weeks ago, her husband, I think, is a full-time firefighter, works a 24-hour shift. He was feeling not too good at work, so he got relieved, and he came home early, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. She wasn't expecting him at all. He may or may not have even called her or texted her to let her know that he was coming. I don't know. But regardless, she didn't receive any of that communication. She had no idea that he was coming. All right? All she does is hear what sounds like somebody's breaking in the house downstairs, and she confronts that with a gun. All right, one guy a few weeks ago said it sounded like there was somebody breaking in downstairs. A bunch of loud noise and stuff. It wasn't just somebody walking in. It's like a bunch of loud noise and this and that. Like, what the shit? grabs his gun, goes to the bottom of the stairs, turns the corner, and there's a person in his hallway. He cocks that hammer back, and out into a little bit of light walks his son. He recognizes him now. He's sneaking back in the house. I want to say the son was like 17 years old or so, sneaking back in the house, drunk as shit with his drunk girlfriend, trying to, sneak past dad. He had no idea. He had no idea he was even out of the house. He thought he was asleep upstairs. All right? It's a very good idea, not necessary, but it's a very good idea, whether you have it at home or whether you have it and you're carrying it, whether middle of the day or late at night, to have a light mounted to it. So you can better know your target is and what lies beyond it. Even if it's middle of the day. It might be middle of the day, but you might find yourself in a dark situation, all right, in the interior of a building or whatever it might be. All right? Now we'll say, though, don't use your weapon-mounted light as a flashlight. All right? It's dark in here. I need to find where I put this at in the basement. Oh, okay. Hey, honey, real quick. Come over here, quick. Come over here. Now, whatever your gun's pointed at, whatever your flashlight's pointed at, your gun is pointed at. All right? So know that. But yeah, it's something to think about. Like obviously, my carry gun has a light mounted to it. Absolutely for certain. All my home defense guns, they have a light mounted to it for certain. Right? I will say, obviously, if you're in a carry gun that has a light mounted to it, you have to find a holster specifically made for that gun that holds that light. All right? A little more expensive, yes, but I find it to be a necessary element. All right, this holster, take it off. There's a little knuckle. Where is it at? Let me see. Let me show you another one. There's a little knuckle that you don't see right now. It's right there. It's grabbing onto the bottom of my belt. That idea is so that the holster doesn't come with it. It holds it to the belt. All right, so to be able to disengage that, I just had to pull it out before I slide it up. All right. Here's an example. I should try this one first. Here's an example of a holster I would never use. All right. You simply, all right, put it on. You just pop that little flimsy thing. Goes over my belt. Kind of clicks back together. All right. And it can slide all around on my belt. All right. I'm not a fan of that. All right. That, and if it pops, it comes. That's not good. All right. Again, it's real easy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It goes right on. It just clicks into place. But it also comes off very easily, too. Think about that. Here's an example of a inside the waistband holster. All right. So, how it's going to go on is I'm going to undo my top button of my shorts. All right. I'm going to undo my belt. All right. And it's going to slip in between. This entire thing is going to slip in between my shorts and my boxers. This is going to come up and over, grabbing on my belt. All right. Che, cue the Magic Mike music. Bum, 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 bum. All right, now because it's in my shorts and the inside, all right, I'm going to do that thing. There's the wires there. All right, now because it's inside my shorts, I need to loosen my belt a little bit to accommodate it. All right. All right, now my full-size blue gun, Glock 17. All right. Now again, context. That's a full-size gun in there. All right, and that's concealed underneath my shirt. Now I will say, let's break it down. Let's talk about it. Context, because context matters. What I would describe my clothing as is form-fitting. All right, I wouldn't call it loop right and tight. All right, I wouldn't say that it is baggy. All right, this is form-fitting clothing. All right. Also context. I'm wearing a black shirt. Black. All right, ladies, if you want to wear a nice dress and it's going to hide a few things, all right? You want to wear a nice tight white one or a nice tight black one, all right? Probably a black one because white shows everything. Same thing here, all right? What you see, if anything, is the gun printing through, all all right, it's going to print less. It's going to at least show less. All right, if it's depending on the color, black is going to be a lot better. White is not going to. It's going to show everything. All right, so think about that. Again, context matters. This is a full-size gun. This is not the biggest gun by any means. All right, like I think somebody over here has like an even longer Glock 34 probably. All right, yeah, and that's going to be even harder. Like let's look at that. Actually, if you mind me showing that real quick. Like this is a full-size gun. It's not small by any means, but it's not the biggest one out there as well either. All right, thank you. Oops, sorry, boss. I didn't mean to do that. So again, this is a full-size. This is like standard for a lot of law enforcement and whatnot. And then here's this one, even longer. All right. Now, what do you think is going to be harder to conceal? This one or this one? Now, that's not to say this is easy. All right, just saying this one's more difficult. All right, the bigger the gun, the harder it is to conceal. All right. What do you think is going to be easier? My Glock 17 or this gentleman over here has a little SIG 365. All right. If you want me just taking that from you, you're all right. So. What's going to be easier to conceal? This full-size gun or this compact gun? All right? Context matters. All right? Again, things you might want to consider when you're going to buy a holster, when you're going to buy a firearm. Am I going to open carry? Am I going to conceal carry? Do I really care about being ultra discreet? Because I can be concealed to a level, to a debatable extent, discreet. All right? With a full-size gun, but if I wanted to be really discreet, if I really didn't want to piss off my real estate clients, all right, then maybe I would carry that, all right. But if I don't really care, if it shows a little bit, all right. Even though, with that being said, while you might see a little printing, you can tell it's there. Most people, if I walk out in town, if I walk through Walmart, most people, and I say most, I'm talking like most, so like 95+% are not going to notice that firearm there. And the few people that do notice, I'm not worried about them, they're not worried about me, all right? Like you, all right? After this, you may be more prone to noticing people carrying. Not too much because it's not as prevalent in Maryland, it's not yet. But who in this room has ever noticed somebody out in town in Maryland concealed carrying a handgun, all right? Not that many, right? If you want to see this as a difference of this, has anybody ever noticed somebody in Maryland open carrying a handgun that wasn't in uniform or had a badge? All right, so you just haven't met me before. All right, if I ask that of all you all a year from now again, that might be different because you're going to start noticing things like that because it's going to relate more to you. Like you go to a dealership, you never had a Jeep Wrangler in your life. You go out and you buy a Jeep Wrangler. You leave to go to work the next day. Everybody's got Jeep Wranglers. And they're all waving at you too. What's going on? Why did everyone just go out and buy a Jeep Wrangler? No, they didn't just do that. All right? You're just starting to notice it more because it relates more to your life. So you might start noticing things from the gun aspect, maybe a little bit more different now after this class. All right? This might be your first experience. This might be your second, but you haven't had an experience with firearms in a while. All right? You may have had experience with firearms in general, but not with handguns. All right? You might start noticing things in a different way now because of your experience, because your viewpoint has changed, because things that relate to you is different now. All right? So if other people of the same mindset, with the same experience, notice you're fine, all right, they're probably not going to be worried about you. You're not worried about them. All right? When I see somebody, if I happen to notice, them printing a little bit or their shirt gets caught on their gun a little bit, all right, and they're walking to the store and they're just taking care of business, do what they got to do, I'm not worried about that. All right? Now, I will say nothing I tell you is going to change what you're going to say or do. All right? The first time you carry, who's never carried a handgun in their life? Who's never carried a handgun in their life? All right? Who's never carried a handgun in public out in their life? Because everyone's like, I carried it around my house. I wanted to see what it felt like before class. All right? When you start carrying the first time out in town, all right, you're going to think that everybody notices. You're going to think that everybody sees it. You're going to walk past somebody and stuff, and they're going to get on the phone. to call their spouse and say, hey, did you text me the list for everything I need to get at Walmart? But you're going to think they're on the phone like, hey, there's a guy. He walked past me. He's got a gun. Come here now. Kill him now. Come. You're going to think that shit. Like, you're going to over-exaggerate this shit in your mind. Because it's taboo. You've never done it before. You've never been around maybe people that have done it before. But after you do it for like a month straight, it's just going to become another thing. All right, you're going to leave the house. You grab your keys, you grab your phone, you grab your wallet, grab your gun, put it on, do your thing, go to work, go to church, do what you're doing. You come home, you take that off, you get undressed, you go to sleep, you wake up the next day, you rinse and you repeat. And it's just another part of your life. All right, just like the first time you drove. All right, when you first got your license, you didn't have your parents had to drive with you and stuff. You had your hand 10 on 2. You use your turn signal. You sure as hell don't do that shit no freaking more. All right, you stopped all the way at the stop sign. All right. Remember that first time a cop pulled up behind you? No lights and siren, just a cop behind you. Oh my God, was I going 51 and a 50? I'm so sorry, please don't pull me over. All right, now, all right, you got maybe one finger on the steering wheel. You got a cigarette in one hand, you got a sandwich in the other, you're watching Netflix on the Bluetooth of your vehicle's speakers. All right, you roll right through, you California roll through that stop sign. All right, cop pulls beside you and stuff. You're like, I bet you I can go 55 and a 50 right next to him. He don't pull me over. All right? Am I the only one that does that? All right, cool. It's a little, I'm going to test them. Yes?
Do people ever get in trouble with the open carry?
No. No one's ever given me trouble for open carrying exactly. I will say that, not directly, I've had 4 times where someone's called law enforcement regarding me open carrying it, but I didn't get an adverse or a aggressive reaction from them. And I'm not going to go them too in depth because I can talk about this for days. But 4 times, 2 in Leonardtown, 1 on plate at the Walmart here, and then 1 at Ocean City. The one time in Leonardtown, the first time, asked me to cover it up. We were at an event in Leonardtown. There was, the square was shut down. They had food trucks and vendors. Somebody was offended that I had a gun, and they said something to him. He came to me, and he didn't ask me for my carry permit. He just said, hey, I need you to go ahead and cover that up for me. I respectfully declined, right? But I said, hey, but I'll tell you what, because I was out there passing around brochures and flyers and stuff, advertising. I was like, I'm not going to do that. But I'll tell you what, give me 30 minutes, all right? I'm going to finish doing what I'm doing. And not only will I cover it up, I'm actually going to unload and I'm going to secure it up because I want to go over there and I'm going to get a cold beer from that beer truck. I said all that before he had a chance to rebut my decline. And he was like, and by the time I was done talking, he was like, all right, whatever, man. All right, cool, Because what he asked me to do was an ask. He requested, but it wasn't a lawful order. I didn't have to comply with that. So I didn't. But at the same time, too, I leveled with him, I pushed back, but I also gave a little bit. All right, and I did it all before he had a chance to say anything different. All right. Another time happened in Leonardtown, but I had no idea that it even happened, honestly, for a few months. Long story short, I was at a meeting with the state police, was leaving there. And when I left, the commander of the Maryland State Police License Division, he was the commander then, he's still the commander now. He's a lieutenant then, but he's a captain now. But now Captain Andrew Rosenall, the Maryland State Police License Division, he's the commander of the division that actually, issues permits, carry permits, HQLs, registered firearms, all that good stuff. But he followed me out of the room. He's like, hey man, real quick. He's like, I guess there was something that happened a few weeks ago in Leonardtown. And I was like, and he was like, I guess you were open carrying and you're down there by Weingartner and stuff, and somebody called. They may not even talked with you, but they came out and stuff. They probably saw it was you and just kept on moving. But just so you know that happened. Hey, look, people above me have asked me to ask you not to do that. I was like, all right, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to not, open carry. And he's like, I figured you were going to say that, and that's fine. You're perfectly fine and legal and stuff. I'm not saying, whatever. I had to ask you not to because somebody above me asked me to ask you not to. I was like, that's fine. I got you. A little bit of mutual respect there. And I like to bring that up because sometimes people will say, yeah, you can open carry man with your permit. But if they catch you, you're going to get your permit pulled. They're going to pull your license. They're going to pull your permit and you won't be able to carry at all. That's not true. That sounds dumb. All right? That's like saying, yeah, you have your Virginia driver's license, Ryan, and yeah, that allows you to drive in Maryland, but let them catch you. that Virginia driver's license. Or, yeah, you have your Maryland driver's license, and yes, it does allow you to drive a car or a truck or an SUV. But if you drive an SUV, let me catch you, and they're going to pull your driver's license. What? All right? If he was going to do that, that wasn't even a possibility. He'd be like, look, I'm going to let you slide, but just so you know, next time we might pull your license. You know, hey, we'll let you slide, but don't tell your students to be doing that shit because we'll pull their license. They can't pull your license, your permit. They can't pull your permit for you exercising what it allows you to exercise. Not only will they not, but they haven't. And there's no documented cases of somebody saying, oh, yeah, I was simply open carrying, and they pulled my license for doing that. If anybody ever tells you that shit, like, all right, show me in Maryland State Police policy, show me in law, show me a case where that's ever happened, where somebody got their license pulled for simply open carrying. Yes, sir.
So, do you have to have your license on you at all times?
Yes. So generally speaking, again, a lot like driving. If you're driving and you get pulled over, you're expected to show them what? Your driver's license. All right. If you don't, all right, what can happen if you don't show them your driver's license? All right. All right. They could give you a warning because they're like anybody else. They know they left their wallet at home. They forgot that and stuff. Mistakes happen. All right. They'll run your name and stuff. See you have a valid driver's license. Hey, real quick, I know it's a mistake. Mistakes happen. I've done it too and stuff. Real quick, I'm gonna give you a warning. Just make sure the next time you have your license on you. Or they could cite you. And actually, technically, in Maryland, they can actually arrest you if you don't have your driver's license with you. Even if it is valid and stuff, they can actually, if they want to. I've never seen that happen by itself. All right, but they can technically. All right. Generally speaking, the same thing can happen when it comes to your firearm. All right. Obviously, if you have your permit, you can carry. You want to have your carry permit with you whenever you're carrying. I will say, while you don't have to volunteer the information that you are possessing a firearm, if they ask to see your permit, you are required to show them that permit. All right. Also, if you don't show them, they could, just like a driver's license, they could give you a warning and say, hey, you're supposed to have that on you. They could say, hey, you're supposed to have it on you, here's a citation, blah, blah, blah. Or they could arrest you for not being able to present that at the time. So it's not too much different. Now, I will say, I imagine you're going to get less leeway when it comes to the handgun permit as you will the driver's license. You want to have the actual permit. In regards to that and stuff, I know some states with different things, they've gone digital. They can see, they're allowed to see your driver's license on your phone or your insurance on your phone and stuff. They haven't done that at all with carry permits. So yeah, you want to have a physical card with you. Now, I'd rather be able to show them on my phone than show them nothing at all. It's always nice to have that CYA, a backup. Hey, have it on my phone just in case I ever forget my wallet at home. That's not a bad idea. But preferably, you want to have that physical hard card with you. All right, that's another question.
So you talked a lot about holsters and carrying. So in Maryland, if you have your carry permit, must your firearm always be secured in something defined as a holster, or can it be loose?
It technically doesn't have to be in a holster. It's where they make a mistake and they pull putting the firearm back in, the fingers on the trigger, all right, boom. Or their shirt gets caught in there, or part of their jacket or something like that. So the least amount of time this firearm spends out of the holster, the better. All right, because again, it's also protecting the trigger. All right. Now I will say I'm going to speculate a little bit.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Holster, do they make a level 2 and 3 on that type holster or no?
On that, for the inside the waistband one, I don't know that they do. His question was that one I just took off. Do they make a level 2 or level 3 version of that? I don't know that they do. There might be another company that does. I don't know that they do either. But I imagine there might be, but I don't know firsthand of ones that do. So I'll say that. I'm going to speculate a little bit, but and some of you may not have any idea what I'm talking about. And it's happened before in general too, so we can just kind of put it broad. But I believe it was like early last year, maybe 2 years ago now. But there was a Charles County deputy off duty at a AutoZone in Dunkirk, Maryland, northern Calvert County. And long story short, what we do know is that he shot himself in the leg. That's what we do know for a fact. Right? So I'm going to speculate a little bit, and this is based on my knowledge and experience with firearms and holsters and knowing how people make mistakes and how that happens. So what I think happened all right, is this. He's there at AutoZone doing something to his vehicle. He got a part. Maybe he had to run in there and get a part. He's going to put on work on his vehicle while he's doing that, because a lot of times, I'm not sure if Charles County exactly does, but I think they do. They require that they carry off duty even if they're off the clock. He's carrying his firearm. He's doing whatever in his vehicle. He's like, I'm going to take this off. So it's not my way. It's uncomfortable while I'm working in my vehicle, whatever he's doing. And he takes the firearm out, puts it away. And again, I want to be clear, I'm speculating. All right? He takes it, puts it in his vehicle and stuff. He's done with whatever he's doing in his vehicle. He's doing that. All right? Then he's done. All right? He goes, cleans his hand, whatever. He goes to put his firearm back in the holster so he can go ahead and drive away, do what he's doing. And what I believe probably happened was, as he goes to reholster, where is a good one? All right? As he goes to reholster, he makes a mistake. All right, finger on the trigger. All right, and boom, the gun goes off. Shoots himself in the leg. All right. Now, I'm not criticizing. I'm not here to blast him and shit. What I'm trying to say is, how do we learn from his mistake? How could he have not done that? All right. Hey, instead of just taking the gun out, all right. And again, I want to be clear that that was all speculation. I have no idea exactly what happened. All right. But let's say instead of taking the gun out, just take the whole holster off, put that in. All right. The entire time the trigger's covered and protected. All right. Now he's done whatever he's doing. Hey, go ahead, put the holster back on while the firearm is still in there, while the holster is still protecting that trigger. All right. That'd be one way to avoid doing what I speculate that he did. All right. Oh yeah, exactly. No, trust me. The first mistake was his finger was on the trigger when he wasn't ready to fire. We'll talk about that more in depth later. That's obviously the first and foremost mistake. But how do we set ourselves up so that if we do make a mistake, that it doesn't cost us a shot through the leg or something like that? All right. That's what you guys think about sometimes. One, first off, obviously, don't make mistakes. But two, let's set ourselves up. Let's do things in a way so that if a mistake does happen, it doesn't make a bad situation worse. Kind of like, know your target, what lies beyond it. Keep your firing point at your target until you're ready to fire. All right. At the range later and stuff, and we're at the range. You're loading and stuff. Your gun stays point at your target. All right. God forbid something happens. Hey, the round you discharged when you didn't mean to, but at least it went in a safe direction. All right. How do we make sure that the firearm doesn't? We protect that trigger so the gun doesn't just go off. Take the whole holster off. All right, with the firearm in it. All right. Maybe take some different situations like appendix carry. Take the holster off. Take the gun out. Put it in the holster, and then put, all right, the holster on. All right. Just something to think about. All right. Now the next and final one that I'll show you for the day, at least, is a Bravo concealment. All right. If you're using my gun today, you're using my holster. This is what you'll be using. All right, we have right-handed and left-handed versions. All right, so with this, again, it's got those holster loops. All right, and again, I got to take my whole belt off for the most part, all but one belt loop. I have belt loop, holster loop, belt loop, holster loop. All right, and how do I want my belt? Just firm. Not super tight, all right, not loose. I want it firm.
What brand belt is this?
This particular belt happens to be made by, I believe it's Blue Alpha. The main thing, though, because I might buy another belt. I've had this one for 3 years, and it's perfectly fine. But if I were to buy another belt like this, it wouldn't necessarily have to be Blue Alpha, but the main thing that I would be looking for when I shop for a new belt would be the fact that it has a Cobra buckle. That's a brand of buckle that a lot of companies use. It's very good. Had zero problems with it myself. I'm so confident in this belt and the buckle too that honestly, you could hook me up to a fucking crane and lift me up, and I would have zero. I'm gonna break. It's gonna break, and I'm gonna fall. How many people had belts break? All right, and or maybe you lost a little weight and your belt's now too big. It doesn't have a notch for you now. And or you put on a little weight and it doesn't have enough notches for you. All right, but this I can just, I can loosen up just a little bit, I can tighten it up just a little bit, do whatever I gotta do. Good solid belt, if I need to go to the bathroom. It quickly disconnects, all right? Quickly reconnects as well. All right, had no problems. I don't have to maintain it or grease it up or any of that stuff. I've had it for 3 years, using it every day, used it a lot, taking it off and on a lot. Probably more so than the average person, especially these classes, showing people how to take them on and take them off. Zero problems. All right, I'm not gonna say you have to buy this belt. There's tons of good belts out there. There's also tons of shitty belts out there. You wanna get a good, solid belt, all right? Will a $15, $20 leather, Levi Strauss belt do the job? Yeah, it will. But again, you'll get $15 to $20 worth of value out of it. And in my past, at least, a decent belt like that, what do they last you? A year, maybe 2 before they break, and or at least 6 months to a year before they start looking like ragged shit. All right? So maybe take your time, take a little money and invest in it. I could buy a $20 belt once a year, every year, or I bought this for $60 3 years ago and it's still going strong. You ever heard of buy once, cry once? All right? Sometimes the best thing to do is just to spend a little extra money and get the right thing the first time and just take care of it. All right? So with this holster, all right, it's outside the waistband. It's a hard Kydex plastic. It's level 1. There's no device you take and disengage. All right. Now we'll say it's outside the waistband. All right. So looking at me now compared to when I had that other holster earlier, that inside the waistband, would you say that, in your opinion, would you say that this is printing more, the less, or same? All right. Lots of people say more, and I would agree, more. All right. So with that being said, inside, outside. All right. Outside the waistband. Do you think it's going to be easier to conceal, generally speaking, or harder to conceal? Generally speaking, it's going to be harder. All right, but it's not impossible. It's not hard. It's just harder. All right, like I said, most people are not going to even notice this, though. All right, inside the waistband, outside the waistband. What do you think is going to be more comfortable? Outside the waistband. All right, so they have their pluses and minuses on both sides. I will say, I love winter, fall and winter. When it comes to this type of thing, I can wear a lot of shit. I can wear a decent, a form-fitted hoodie, a form-fitted jacket, and I can still carry a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. I can carry a big, his gun stuff may not be comfortable, but that Glock 34, that long slide, I can carry that concealed outside the waistband, under a jacket during winter, and nobody knows that's there. Winter's great. This hot as shit humid summer we got right now freaking sucks. All right. But it can still be done, right? I could have a second or third firearm on me right now, and you wouldn't have any knowledge of it, right? So that's something to think about too. Obviously, it's going to be harder for me to still carry a handgun while on the beaches of Ocean City with my family enjoying the water than it is going to be in Cumberland, Maryland, in December with a jacket and all that good stuff, all right? So things do generally change, but I will say I try to be consistent, generally speaking, in how I carry. How you see me generally carry today, how I was carrying earlier, that's how I carry in the winter and stuff too. Just happen to have pants and a jacket on. All right. I try not to carry, do I have a lot of guns? Yeah, I could carry a different gun every day of the month. I have a lot of different holsters. I can carry a different gun and a different holster every day of the month if I wanted to. But I try to be consistent. I try to be consistent in what I'm doing. Consistency is the best thing for you. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is, what time is it going to be? Let's see, keep track of stuff. Let's go ahead. It is 11:24 now. Go ahead and take a decent break. 16 minutes. That puts you at 11:40. 11:40, be back in here ready to go. Go take a break, smoke them if you got them, get something to drink. We still got coffee and donuts in the back. I will say, just so you know, we'll have pizza here probably the next half an hour for y'all. Pizza and water. Although if you don't like pizza and water, there's tons of places out in town that you can eat during that time. We're not on lunch break yet. We're just taking a quick, pause. But be back in here ready to go at 11:40. All right. Be back in here ready to go 11:40. No handling of firearms, nothing like that. Just do what you got to do. Come on back in. All right. All right. Now, one thing I want to talk about, it really doesn't have to do too much with the application, but it does, is this. Where that yellow star is, you can't see what it says probably, I know. But I'm going to go ahead and talk about it and read it off a little bit to you. All right? So let's talk about it. Marijuana. All right? Federally, is it legal in the United States? It is not. It is still illegal in the United States. All right? Is it legal in certain states? All right? Legal in certain states, yes. In Maryland, for example, all right, you can get a medical marijuana card, and you can be prescribed that, and you can use that and exercise the ability to use that. However you do that, I don't know much about it and stuff. They have different methods in which you can use it. Now, if you have your medical marijuana card, this question, all right? Words matter. All right, remember that, words matter. The words that they chose to use in this question is this. Are you, all right, is R current, past, or present? It's present tense, right? Are you a legal user of cannabis, parentheses, marijuana, for medical purposes, or are you issued a valid medical cannabis patient identification number, and or are you a valid medical cannabis patient identification card? All right? If you were to have that, I don't need to know that. It's your personal business. If you were to have that, all right, this is what you have to choose. Do I want to keep doing what I've been doing? Or do I want to get my HQL and or my carry permit? Do I want to buy handguns? In this sense, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have both. All right? Not a fan of it. All right? Personally, I don't think that they should. I think they should treat it like alcohol or cigarettes. Personally, all right? Whether medicinally or recreationally, 21. Buy it, do your thing. All right? If you're using it and stuff, you're under the influence. Don't possess firearms at that moment. All right? All right? I can go home tonight and I can down a couple smoked old fashions. I can get schmammered. All right, get drunk as shit. All right, wake up the next morning. All right, I'm not 21 anymore. All right, so I'm gonna feel that shit in the morning. I'm gonna be hurting. All right, but I'm gonna be sober. All right, I can put on my gun. I can go to class. I can teach. All right, I can carry my gun out in town. I can go out and buy another handgun. Do whatever I gotta do. Perfectly legal. All right. If you go home and medicinally or recreationally you enjoy marijuana in any way, shape, or form, all right, you wake up the next day. Sober, all right. You have you try to buy a handgun. You try to get your HQL. You try to get your carry permit. All right. You're going to get denied. All right. I'm not saying I like it. Just saying I'm telling you how it is. All right. The decision you have to make, if that pertains to you, is you would have to decide: do I want to maintain that card, or do I want to surrender it and open myself back up to be able to get my HQL, get my carry permit, to buy firearms? All right. How you go about that exactly, I don't know, but more or less you're going to go back to the state. However you got that medical marijuana card, you're going to surrender it back to the state. Not only do that, but get a receipt, all right, showing that you surrendered it back to the state. Because if it's not in writing, it didn't what? It never happened, all right? Just because you surrender it doesn't mean they actually put it in the system and it reflects accordingly. All right, so surrender it to the state, get a receipt showing that you surrendered it back to the state, all right? At which point in time, I'm not a lawyer, I don't claim to be, but if I was in that position and I surrendered it back to the state and I presented with this question now, next week, next month, next year, if you ask me, and I surrendered it back to the state, if you ask me, are you a legal user of cannabis for medical purposes? Do you have a medical card? No. All right? They didn't say, are you or have you ever been? Are you or have you ever had? They didn't ask that. All right, if they wanted to ask that, they would have asked that, but they didn't ask that. All right, so in that situation, I would feel comfortable answering that as no. All right, if you answer that yes, you will not get your HQO. All right, that's the situation. All right, you don't like it, talk to your lawmakers. There actually been a bill they've been trying to get passed the last couple of years that essentially would put it as don't ask, don't tell. If that law gets passed, whenever that might get passed, if it ever gets passed, that question is stricken from the application. No longer can they ask that. All right? So if you like that, seek out your lawmakers, seek out the lawmakers that have sponsored those bills and get that, try to get that bill passed. Until then, this is the situation. All right? Also, just so you know, it's in process. Don't hold your breath, though. But supposedly the U.S. Senate has approved a bill to deregulate, to uncriminalize, to legalize in some way, shape, or form marijuana. All right, it's got to go to the House of Representatives, and it's got to be signed by the president. All right, there's an option there that would alleviate the same problem too. All right? One way or the other, you now have that information. All right? Just to kind of show you real quick too, I'll probably maybe put an updated version so it pops up higher, but we have a little search bar you can search for different applications, but it's down. There's one, I think it's like from a year ago, is where I last did a blog on applying for Virginia, Florida, or Utah. Sorry, Arizona, excuse me. You may not have gotten it yet, I'm not sure. Has anyone gotten your photos and or your application for Utah yet? All right, she'll probably get that here soon for you. All right, when you get that, if you're applying for Utah and you opt for that, you'll get that documentation from us. 2 pieces of paper. One is the actual application. One is essentially the blog. There's the checklist of exactly what you need to do to apply for that. And part of that's going to be including cutting out one of those passport style photos that you'll get from us, and you include that in the application. Right? That piece of paper will explain to you what to do with the other piece of paper, the application, to be able to submit your Utah. Those, if you're doing that, your Utah application and or your passport style photos, the physical ones, that's the only thing you'll physically get from us. Everything else you'll get from us how? Email. When? 5 to 7 days. All right? Also, I got a question about it. If we're doing your paperwork for you, we will still send you a copy of your documentation as well, so you have that for your personal records. But we will also have a copy of that, or Mike will have a copy of that, and he'll use that to submit your applications for you. With that being said, if we're doing your applications for you, and he'll make contact with you and talk to you about this stuff if he hasn't done it already, but you'll get a form sent to you, a Google form, all right, and that form asks a lot of information of you. That's information he needs in order to complete your applications for you, all right? So that whole, you'll probably have your paperwork done usually within 7 days. Well, that 7 days starts once we get that from you. Until we have everything we need from you, that a lot of that information, we can't do anything until you get that to us. Like we have one student that had us do everything for them. But we sent him the documentation. He did the training. We sent him that form, and we haven't heard from him in 3 months. So we haven't done his application for him. He would have had all his licenses a while back, probably, right? But he hasn't done anything. I don't understand why you'd spend that much money and not take the little step to do what you got to do. Because there's obviously a little bit of participation that we need from you to be able to do that. But just know that. Also, a little thing too. Y'all watched the videos before you came to class. Most of y'all, if not all y'all, did your test. That came with those. If you haven't done the test for Maryland or for Maryland law and or for basic pistol, get that done after class. You don't have to do it right now. Get it done after class because we won't be able to send your documentation to you until you've completed the test as well. All right? I'm sorry, say again?
There's more requirement for that? I think I missed one.
You'll be fine. Yeah, as long as you get 70% or higher, you're going to be fine on that. All right? And you can retake it if you need to, if you happen to not done that, right? Now, we talked about holsters earlier. Now we're going to get into drawing and reholstering. All right? Just double check. I have a blue gun, not a gun, never has been. All right? In my holster. All right, again, if you're using my guns, using my holster, it'll be right here. All right? It looks like this, same gun, same holster. It'll be obviously real firearm later. How I teach drawing and reholstering, right? I wouldn't say it's the best way. It's not a bad way. It's not the worst way, nothing like that. It's the best way that I've found as an instructor to be able to teach different people from all walks of life, body types, maybe disabilities, maybe a bad shoulder, to be able to safely, first off safely, second of all effectively, safely and effectively draw a firearm from concealment and get it on target. All right, effectively. All right. Now, it's a 4-step draw. That's how I teach it. I break it down to 4 simple, manageable steps. All right. Knowing that's a 4-step draw, I teach it from concealment. What do you think is going to be part of the first step in order for you to safely and effectively draw that firearm from concealment? All right. I got to get the shirt out of the way. All right. That's part of the first step. So the first step is get the shirt out of the way and establish a high, firm grip. All right. It's a 2-part, one step, 2 parts. All right. So how I do that, again, whatever I do, if you're left-handed, it's going to be opposite. All right. So I'll say right hand, left hand. Sometimes I'll say dominant or non-dominant hand. But if I say right hand, left hand, just know that it's going to be flip-flop for you if you're left-handed. All right. So I have my gun concealed underneath my right side on my right hip. All right. How I do that is I take 2 to 3 support fingers here. I come against my body. All right. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get underneath of that shirt. And I point it up, point it away from my body just a little bit, so I can take my thumb, rotate it down, and spring it up. At this point now, my firearm is fully exposed. It's not overly exposed, but it is fully exposed. I can get to that firearm, and nothing's in the way of me getting a hold of that firearm. I'm getting a nice, high, firm grip. All right, the grip I have here at 1, the same grip that I have when I'm out at 4, all right, which we'll get to in a little bit. All right, I'm not just grabbing the gun and then later pulling it out and then adjusting it in my hand. All right, I'm getting a good, solid grip from the get-go. All right, this is step 1. Step 2 is very simple. What do you think step 2 is going to be? I got to pull that firearm up out of that holster. How high? High enough, just enough. Anybody work for the government? Any union members in here? All right, just do the bare minimum. All right, just enough to get it out of that holster. All right, we don't need it extra high. All right, we don't need it still in the holster. We need it just above. If it was dripping wet, it should be dripping right in your holster because you're just above it. All right, this would not drip into my holster. This would not drip into my holster. This would not drip into my holster. This would. All right, if I drop my firearm, it would fall right into my holster. I'm just above that holster. That's 2. 2 is very simple. All right, now 3. There's 3 parts of 3. Forget the shirt. You're pivoting the firearm up towards that target, and you're establishing good two-handed grip so you can see better. All right, good two-handed grip. My firearm is more or less on my right side. It's not in the center. It's more or less on my right side. All right, my wrist is braced against my body. My forearm, my left forearm and wrist is coming across my body, braced against my body. All right. I have my 4 support fingers wrapped around the grip, thumb on top of thumb. What thumb is on top? Dominant thumb. All right, we're all grown adults in here, right? What's the dominant position, top or bottom? Top. All right, dominant thumb on top of non-dominant thumb. Notice how they're pointed towards my target. All right, much like if I play sports, all right, if I throw baseball, football, whatever it might be, toes are pointed towards the target, towards the plate. All right, same thing here. My thumbs are pointed along that frame towards my target. All right, and notice how my gun is relatively level with the ground. What do you kind of think about, because everything's going to be a little bit different, but just imagine when we're doing this later, when we're practicing this later, a person, your equal size and height, about 7 feet in front of you. All right, just think about that. All right, if I were to have that, all right, is it reasonable to think that even from this position, if I had to, could I defend myself? Could I fire from 3 if I had to and hit that target? What's the probability of that? All right, that's what you got to think, because I may have to. All right, I may have to because of time and opportunity. I may have to begin to fire from 3. All right, I may have to. They run at me with a knife. All right, I have to draw my gun, and I don't have the time and opportunity to press out to 4 and then fire. I may have to begin to fire from 3 as I'm pressing out to 4. All right, I may have to fire from 3 as they're about to close that gap. They can close that gap very quick. The general rule of thumb, 21 feet, 3 seconds. All right, imagine somebody is 10 feet away from you, and that's when they pull their knife out and they start running at you. Now, actually, there's a high probability that they're going to probably get that knife in you before you get a shot off, even if you fire from 3. All right, 21 feet, 3 seconds is the general rule of thumb. Now, obviously, it's going to be different depending on if the person's a track star, if they're, maybe not in the best shape. That could deviate, obviously, but that's the rule of thumb, 21 feet, 3 seconds. All right, now, I'm at 3. 4 is very simple, press out. What's the quickest way to go from point A to point B? Straight line. All right, do the bullets come out faster if I go like this? All right, does this help me if I bring it up? This we refer to as bowling. All right, this is fishing. All right, we're not casting a line out into a pond. All right, we're trying to defend ourselves. All right, when I fire, I'm pointing at the target the entire time. If I need to, I can begin to fire from 3 as I'm going out to 4. If I keep it orientated towards my target. All right. Now, everything you do to get out to 4 is the same thing in reverse. All right, what we're not going to do, all right, is we're not going to bump. Oh, shit. You see that shit? What? Or take a second and look the gun into the holster. Take a second. Boom. All right, I didn't go like this. All right, take a second. Make sure you at least get it started, and then reholster. And what I kind of do, it's not really necessary, but what I kind of do is when I put in my holster, to kind of physically confirm what I believe I know, all right, I push against it, I pull against it, make sure that it actually is fully in that holster, all right? Like again, I've seen people where they go like this. Oh, shit. Ugh. All right, take your time. 3, 2, take a second look down, 1. All right, I will say some people are like, well, I need to keep my eyes on the target. All right, I need to keep my eyes on the target. I need to keep my eyes on the threat. All right, I can't keep my eyes off in order to look at my gun in the holster. I got to keep my eyes on the threat. If there's that much of an active threat still going on, you're still that much in fear of death, serious bodily harm of that person, that threat, why did you reholster in the first place? You know what I'm saying? If there's that much of an active threat, then keep your gun out on that threat, on that target. If the situation has changed, they have left the scene, they are incapacitated, you're no longer in fear of your danger, that's when you might reholster, all right? And that person's still got they're still a threat, all right? You're not gonna be like, okay, you're still a threat, okay, gotcha, I shot you. All right, now, I need to pull it out again, all right? If there's still an active threat going on, still an active situation going on, keep that firearm in your holster, all right? Now, we'll say if you practice it enough, all right, you can, proficiently get to the point where you don't have to see that firearm in a holster. You've been practicing enough, all right? And that'll come with time. And most of that time, you're not going to be able to, get to that point probably today. So every time you draw, all right, and reholster, take a second and at least look down, make sure. It's not only to make sure that firearm makes it into the holster, but it's also to make sure that nothing's getting caught in the way. All right, making sure that my shirt's fully out of my way. All right, we don't want our shirt getting in the way. If you were to have like a windbreaker or whatever, it's got little drawstrings to really cinch it down. There's the little nuts that you cinch it down with. That's not gonna get caught inside of there as I'm reholstering. All right, make sure nothing's in that holster other than that firearm as it goes in. All right. Now, at what point do you put your finger on that trigger? 1, 2, 3, or 4? When do you put your finger on that trigger? You put it on that trigger whenever you're ready to pull that trigger. It could be at 3. Now, today we won't be firing from 3, but in life it could be at 3. It could be at 4. If you're at 4, do you have to have your finger on that trigger? No. You put your finger on that trigger when you're ready to pull that trigger. All right, the best analogy thing I've come up with is where's my drink? Somebody threw a bottle of water over there on the ground. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. So, I have a bottle of water. It's with me. All right, I might put it in my pocket, I might have it in my hand. All right. When do I put a bottle to my mouth? When I'm going to drink from it. Do you walk around town like this? All right, I'm ready to drink. No, you bring your mouth to the bottle when you're ready to drink. You put your lips to the bottle when you're ready to drink. All right? If you're not ready to drink, then you take the bottle away from it. All right? If you're done drinking, you take the bottle from it. All right? When I'm ready to actually drink, when I'm ready to pull a trigger, my finger touches the trigger, I apply backwards pressure on that trigger. When I'm done, I release that pressure. If I need to, I reapply that pressure. When I'm done firing, my finger goes back on that frame. If I need to get back into shooting, I put my finger back on it and get back into shooting. All right? When I'm done shooting, it's time to reholster. Finger back on that frame. All right? And then I reholster. All right? If your finger is touching the trigger, it's because you are applying pressure to it or you're relieving pressure from it. It's not hanging out there. This is my trigger finger. That is my trigger. That doesn't mean I get to hang out all day. That is a bottle. All right? This is my mouth. Doesn't mean I get to hang out all damn day. All right? If you walk around town with a bottle to your mouth all damn day and then you just bring it and you sip whenever you're ready, that looks idiotic. That looks foolish. It's unnecessary. All right? It's also unnecessary for you to have your finger on that trigger until you're ready to fire. All right? Your finger goes on that trigger when you are ready to fire. All right? Until then, it lives on that frame. When you look through that trigger guard, you don't see my finger. All right? When I'm ready to pull that trigger, my finger goes on that trigger. All right? When I'm done, finger goes back off. Know that and understand that. All right? Like yesterday, I had to freaking really force it down this person's throat almost. All right? They would do this shit. And it was, I'm not trying to be whatever, but it was an older gentleman. All right? And he would go like this and then take his finger off. All right? That can be a problem. It is a problem. All right. This, and until you figure off at 3, that turns into eventually taking off at 2. That turns into you reholstering and it applies backward pressure, and then you shoot yourself in the leg. That's how that happens. All right? Don't half-ass it. All right? You're only cheating yourself, and you're only putting yourself and possibly other people at risk. All right? When you're doing this, take your time. All right? Don't overthink it. All right? But take your time. Be aware of what you're doing. All right? Just like when you're driving and stuff, you know. Anyone ever drive a stick? Learn how to drive a stick, and it's like you're overthinking the whole clutch gas thing and stuff. All right? And once you start really realizing how it works and stuff, you stop overthinking. You just do it. It works a lot better and smoother. But the first time, you're like, fucking re-stalling out in the vehicle and stuff. I did it too. All right? But eventually, once you stop thinking about it, you just do it. All right? It comes a lot more fluid, more naturally, a lot more smooth. All right? You're not jumping between gears and shit. Same thing here. Don't overthink it. All right? Be conscious of what you're doing. And as you do that and as you practice it, it'll become more fluid, more natural. All right? But don't overthink it. All right? Take your time. All right? Who doesn't have their own fireman holster and they need one? All right. What I'm going to do is I have to run out to the truck and get my totes out. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a tote over here. That'll be on the left side. Which holster do you think it's going to be? Lefty. All right, I'm going to put a tote over here on the right side. That'll be the right holsters. All right, when I bring those in, put those on. All right, it'll look just like this. All right, on your strong side. All right. Once you have that, all right, then I'll go ahead and while we're doing that, I will first do those who have their own gun. I'll go ahead and clear them, double check. Even though I've already checked you, I'm going to double check. We're going to send a slide home. I'm going to put it in your holster for you. All right, and then I'll issue out my guns to those who need them. All right, whether your gun or my gun, it doesn't matter. If I put it in your holster, leave it there. Do not take it out unless I tell you. All right? Evan, can I have you do me a favor? My truck out there, 2 totes, holsters, left-hand, right-hand holsters. Yep. When we get into practice, how I'm going to have you practice is this. All right, we're going to do it all together. All right, and we're going to practice step 1. All right, what we're going to end up doing is I'm going to put this room on this side, facing that wall. This room on this side, facing this wall. All right, evenly spaced out from end to end. All right, and when I say, you're going to have your holster on, you're going to have your gun on you. All right, when I say ready 1, you're going to do what? Shut out of the way and high firm grip. Both hands are going to do something. Everyone in here I saw has 2 hands. If during 1 you're doing something with both hands, shut out of the way, high firm grip. All right, and I say that because there was a guy actually in class 3-4 weeks ago now. He didn't have his left hand. It was going from here down. Meat grinder when he was like 13. All right, if you have 2 hands, both hands are doing something. Even with him, both hands were doing something because he didn't have both. But he still, don't ask me how, but the guy was very smooth and proficient. He's very adapted. He was able to get that shot out of the way with his, I don't mean to pick on whatever, but with his nub. He was able to get that shot out of the way very easily and got his firearm stuff. He did everything you had to do, but just did a little bit different. All right? But both hands are doing something. All right? 2 is very simple. What is 2? We're my union guys. You know, do the bare minimum. Pull the firearm up out of the holster. How high? Just enough. Just enough. All right? 3 parts of 3. Forget the shirt. Pivot, remember it's pivot, right? Pivot that firearm up toward that target. Not swing it up to that target, not swing it up, not swing it out, all right? Not swinging the gun. We're pivoting the gun. Pivot, 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 pivot. Notice how it's making contact more or less. My wrist is, at least. Pivoting, it's being kind of my body. I'm pivoting at that point. That's my touch point. That's my pivot point. Pivot that firearm up toward that target and establish a good 2-handed grip. When you're doing that, also, don't flag your hand. Imagine there's a laser coming out of that gun. And whenever it touches, it's gone. All right? Don't laser, don't flag your hand. It comes very close, all right? But don't flag your hand. All right? What I refer to, I call it passing in flight. All right? Like the Blue Angels and shit. They might go like this and stuff, and they might get very close, but they don't actually hit. All right, same thing here. I'm getting very close, but I'm not lasering my hand, I'm not flagging my hand. All right, I'm getting that good two-handed grip. Dominant thumb on top of non-dominant thumb. How many lefties do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Gotcha. All right. We're getting those here in a little bit. They're in my truck probably. You just got to find them. All right. So you're passing in flight. You're not touching, but it's getting close. All right. It's not a good two-handed grip. All right. Quickest way point A to point B, straight line. All right. This is where I'm trying to be. This is where I'm at. Boom, 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 boom. We're not going out and up. All right. I'm not going up and out. Out and up at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. Notice how it's coming to my strong side. It's not coming in the middle. All right, it's coming to my strong side. All right. The left-hand holsters be here in a moment and stuff. Go ahead, though, especially if you're righty. We already have the holsters in here. Holsters on the right side. Lefties will be soon on the left. Go ahead and grab those. Put them on. If you need help, let me know. No touching firearms. If you have your own holster, put the holster on. Do not handle the firearm at all. All right? Huh? Good. Yes, ma'am. Oh, very good. If you are in the, if you're about to do, if you're on this side of the room, all right, and you have your own firearm, I'm gonna come right to you. I'm gonna double check, make sure your firearm's unloaded. And then I'm gonna go ahead and put that in your holster for you. Then practice this from open. All right? If you've given it thought and you think that you're gonna probably conceal carry, then practice this concealment and cover it up. Whichever you choose is up to you. You're a grown adult, all right? I'm gonna let you practice the way you're gonna do it in real life. All right? Again, if in real life you feel like you're going to open carry, then practice just as such. Now, what I'm gonna ask you all to do is look right. I'm gonna need you to line off the two at the end. So I need you all to step up just a little bit so we're all lined up the same. Good. Perfect. Good. There we go. You can keep that out of your way. Yep. Good. All right. Go ahead and face forward, look forward, all right? Again, like I told you earlier, we're going to practice step 1 and 1 only. All right, when I say 1, I want you to do 1. If I say 2, I want you to do 2. If I say 1, I want you to go back to 1, all right? Don't anticipate what's going to happen or when I'm going to say stuff. I'm not going to try to trip you up. I just want you to listen to what I say and do it as I say it, all right? Ready? 1. Sure out of the way, high firm grip. I'll come by and adjust you if needed. Both hands are doing something though. Don't just pull the shirt out of the way. Don't just try to grab the gun. You got to try to do both if you are concealed carrying. Get that shirt out of the way and high firm grip. All right? Restart, reset, reholster. Cover back up. If I say restart or I say reholster, all right? Then just cover back up, hang back out. All right, don't stand there ready for somebody to tell you to pull a gun, because it's not how you're going to walk around Walmart or wherever you might be. All right, you're not Quick Draw McGraw. All right, 1. Restart, reset, reholster. Cover back up, hang back out. Yes, sir.
Do we actually pull it out on step 1 or just move the shirt out the way?
Good question. So, yeah, just to be clear, all right, we're not pulling the gun out on step 1. All right, when do we pull the gun out? Step 2. How high? Just enough. All right. So we're going to do what I demonstrated earlier, what I explained earlier. All right. 1, use your get the shirt out of the way, high firm grip. 2, firearm up out of the holster, just enough. 3, forget the shirt, rotate the firearm up toward that target, pivot it up toward that target, and establish a good high firm grip. And 4, press out. 1. Shirt out of the way, high firm grip. Our 3 support fingers, they're wrapped around the grip. Our thumb is between our body and that firearm, and our trigger fingers along that frame. Restart, reset, reholster. Restart, reset, reholster. 1. Restart, reset, reholster. 1. Restart, reset, reholster. 1. If during 1 you find that your shirt's getting caught up on the grip of your pistol, that's a problem that we need to solve. Adjust yourself accordingly. Adjust your firearm. Maybe slide your holster a little bit forward if you can. All right? Make adjustments accordingly. This is where we find those problems and we weed them out. Ready? Restart, reset, reholster. 1. Restart, reset, reholster. 1. Restart, reset, reholster. 1. Restart, reset, reholster. 1. 2. All right, go ahead and reholster. All right. Go ahead, reholster, and cover it up. Face me. All right. Now, who doesn't have kids? All right, you're going to learn. All right. Those of us that have kids, they piss you off, right? Nah, you got perfect kids, right? They piss you off. They don't listen. All right? I got like a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old. They are fucking nuts. All right? Come home after work, tired of shit, sweating my ass off. All I do is I want a beer, I want to chill out, I want some peace and quiet. I don't want to hear shit. All right? But they don't understand that. All right? Running around fucking crazy. I'm like, hey, look, y'all relax. Hey, you, grab your sister, go outside, get some air. All right? Stop bothering me. Give me 10 minutes. All right? Do they listen? Fuck, no, they don't. All right, they're still running around, acting crazy. Hey, stop. What did I tell you? Get outside. Let me just chill. They run around again. They come right by you. What do? You fucking snatch that motherfucker up by the shirt. Snatch him up. You pull him in close. Chill out. What did I tell you? Chill out. Get outside. I'm going to whoop your ass. All right? I don't want to do that, but I'm going to whoop your ass. Let them go. They go outside. They finally listen. All right? What I'm trying to get at is the same thing here. You're not babying the gun. All right? You're also not ripping it out and like throwing it across the room. All right? You are snatching it up, though, nice and firm to be able to break that tension. The firearm and the holster you might be using may be holding that firearm in there with a little bit of tension. So you got to break that tension. So you're not ripping it out, but you are giving a nice distinct snatch to be able to break that tension and get that firearm out of there. All right? Much like if you, again, you're not going to beat the shit out of your kid, but you're going to snatch them up. Let them know that shit's about to get real. You're going to grab that gun and let it know shit's about to get real. Face back down range, keep that in mind. Now when we try 2, it should come a little easier for you. Ready, 1, 2. There we go. There we go. Restart, reset, reholster. I saw a few people had a little bit of issue the first time. I didn't see that at all the second time. That speech usually helps out a lot. Ready, 1, 2, 1. We're not done though. 2, back up. 1, back down. 2, back up. 1, back down. Restart, reset, reholster. Each and every time you do this, it will get easier. That's why we're going to do it many, many, many times. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Restart, reset, reholster. Each time it will get easier and easier. You'll learn each time exactly what it takes to be able to get that firearm out. Because you don't want to do too much, but you do need to do just enough. All right, that minimum work. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Restart, reset, reholster. Cover back up, hanging back out. We're at Rural Farms getting that chicken. I don't even like their chicken, but we're there anyway. I like pot pies myself. 1, 2, 1, 2. Restart, reset, reholster. 1, 2, 3. Forget the shirt. Pivot that gun up toward that target and establish what? Your two-handed grip. Dominant thumb on top of non-dominant thumb. They're both on the same side. I know you all are all right-handed, so right thumb on top of left thumb. Now, how is the gun in relationship to the ground? Is it level, relatively? All right, if I put a red Solo cup of Toby Keith's favorite beer on top of your gun, is it going to slide forward or back? All right, or is it going to sit relatively still probably? Right thumb on top of left thumb. High firm grip on that gun with our dominant hand. All right. Restart, reset, reholster. Restart, reset, reholster. Cover back up. All right, now we're at Walmart. We got sent out to get some Tupperware and ravioli. All right, we're not having our hand near our gun. We're not prepared to pull it out, all right, because we're not quick draw McGraw. All right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Now I will say, if you were to have a firearm with a safety, this is the point in time which you would turn that safety off. You would disengage that safety. Why? Because you may at some point in your life have to discharge your firearm at 3. So we make sure that when we get to 3, that's when we turn our safety off. All right? When we are reholstering, all right, and we go from 4 to 3, that's also when we engage our safety. All right? 1, 2, 3. Dominant thumb on top of non-dominant thumb. All right? 4, press out. 3, back in. 4, press out. Now when you're at 4, look through that rear sight notch. If you have my guns, it's a white squared U. All right? It has a little window cut out on the top of it. Look through that rear sight notch at that front sight post. Line it up evenly. All right, remember, if I was on, because you're all right-handed, if I'm on your left side and I'm looking through your trigger guard, can I see your trigger finger? All right, if I put my finger through your trigger guard, can I feel your trigger finger? All right. Restart, reset, reholster. One, 2, 3. Check your grip. All right. Also, your stance, your feet. All right. Generally speaking, all right, very similar to when you're swinging a baseball bat or a golf club, about shoulder width apart. All right. If anything, your dominant foot can come back just a little bit, nothing crazy. All right. Literally talking about 3 to 4 inches, maybe. So you can be able to put a little more weight forward on that non-dominant foot. All right. So you can lean a little bit into it. 4, press out. 3, back in. 4, press out. Increase the gap between your feet just a little bit for me. Good, not bad. Good, good. 3, back in. 4, press out. Line your front sight post with that rear sight notch. Yes, sir. Great question, great question. Go ahead, reholster. Restart, reset, reholster. All right. Go ahead and look at me real quick. Face this way if you want. All right. Question was, both eyes open, one eye closed. Is it easier to acquire sights if you have one eye closed? Absolutely. All right. If I'm hunting, if I'm using a scope, generally speaking, I'm probably going to close my non-dominant eye. But context matters. What are we training for? We're trained to be in a stressful situation, having to possibly defend ourselves from one, possibly multiple threats. All right? All right? Threats could also be good guys and technically bad guys. What I mean by that, I'll explain that in a moment. All right? Both eyes open, one eye closed. Both eyes open, you have what's called peripheral. All right? I can't see everything in detail, but I can tell what's there. Something is there at least. All right? Looking straight ahead. All right? Noticing my peripheral. All right, I can see these two gentlemen here. I can tell they're there. I can't really see what's on their shirt or what they're looking at, anything like that. I can see this person right here kind of there, all right, but I can't see anything past that. All right, if I close this eye, my dominant eye, all right, right now I can't see, all right, past about right here. Like, this is where I can start to see my hand. Here I can't see my hand, all right, here I can see my hand. All right, so I can't see at all. Right there, can't see him at all, all right. If I close my left eye, all right, I can see him kind of, I can't see him right there, all right. Boom, I can't tell that he's right there as I'm looking through and I close that one eye, all right. We want to be as situationally aware as possible, all right. While he may not be a bad guy, let's say if I'm a little farther, he may not be a bad guy, all right, but let's just say that's a bathroom. We're at Wawa. Somebody's robbing the place. We pull the gun on that person. All right? Deputy. This guy's a deputy. He just walks out of the bathroom. All right? Is it a good idea for me to know that he's there? All right? Might he not know what's going on, the context? He doesn't know who I am. He now all of a sudden comes out of the bathroom. Oh, shit. Draws his gun. Now I'm done. All right? A threat in this context could be potentially a good guy. It could be a blue on blue. All right? You want to be able to keep as best as possible. It's hard to do in a social situation, but you want to be able to try to do best to be able to be aware of what's going on around you in the situation. Who's around you, good, bad, or indifferent. All right? And it's easier to be able to do that with both eyes open. All right? Again, harder to acquire your sights. It is easier in general to acquire sights with one eye, better focus. All right? When I am right here, all right, I'm seeing my sights. I kind of do see double. All right, I'm kind of seeing double as I'm looking through my sights with both eyes open. All right, it's not easy. All right, none of this is. But preferably, all right, my answer to his question is, with the context that we're providing, all right, both eyes open. If I'm training you how to shoot a shotgun and shoot deer and shit, and that's all the context, close that eye. Look through your scope, look through your open sights. All right, but when we have context here, all right, defensively, both eyes open. All right, it's not easy. Just know that. All right, you're looking through that notch that's cut out on top. You're looking through that notch at your front sight post, not over it. All right, if I put a business card on top of that rear sight notch, blocking your above view, would you still be able to see it? Finger right here. Boom. Good there, but yeah, right there. Yeah. 3, 4. I can't try to get a little higher up on your grip right here. Yep, good. Restart, reset, reholster. Now again, as you reholster, make sure that shirt's not getting in your way at all. Make sure as you are reholstering, that shirt is not getting in your way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Restart, reset, reholster. All right, now with these semi-automatics, all right, make sure your thumbs are not being crisscrossed. They're both on the same side. If your thumbs are crisscrossed, all right, that slide will come back. It'll probably make contact with your thumb. All right, that is crisped. All right? It'll hit it. It'll hurt it. Not bad. It's not going to break your thumb, but it's going to hurt. You're going to feel it. It's going to let you know not to do that again. All right? Not only that, but I'm not even so much worried about the whole it might hurt you thing. All right? That slide come back. If it can't come back all the way and cycle through, it'll jam that gun. That's the bigger worry. All right? So don't crisscross your thumbs with these semi-automatics. You're going to hurt your thumb, but also more importantly, you're going to jam that gun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Restart, reset, reholster. Once you have your magazines loaded, all right, they go on the opposite side of your holster. So holsters on one side, magazines are going to be on the other side. All right. If you have magazine pouches, great, absolutely great. If you don't, front or back pocket, it doesn't matter. Just make sure the magazines are on the opposite side of the firearm itself. All right. We are not loading firearms itself. I will tell you when and where we're going to do that, which is going to be down there when we're ready. All right. But you can load your magazines, put them in the opposite side. All right. Fill out your target. We got pens that are going to be put out. All right. They're already out. And upper left-hand corner. All right, class type. I need to see MD or DC, or I need to see both of those. Print your name, sign your name, date, location. Date is, what is it, the 6th? 7th? 7th. Location, just put La Plata, and then semi or revolver, just circle semi, except for the one gentleman that's using the revolver. All right? If you need eye pro, ear pro, I have it over here. If you have glasses, sunglasses, prescription glasses, those are fine. You don't need anything else in lieu of those. All right, but you need something covering your eyes, something protecting your ears, whether muffs or plugs or both, whatever works best for you. But make sure that you have something protecting your eyes, something protecting your ears. All right, what we're going to go ahead and do is once you have your magazines loaded, your target filled out, your eye pro and ear pro, once you're done with that and you have that and you're ready, meet Derek. Derek is going to, where are you going to put that case at, Derek? Where are you going to be stationed at? He's going to grab that case. He's going to be over here. All right, when you're ready, when you have all that stuff I just talked about, meet him. He will give you a firearm. All right, he's going to put that in your holster. All right, and you're headed on down range. Staple them up. Now, stay where you're at. I'll show you from where you're at. When I have you staple your targets up, I want you to staple them up low. You don't see it maybe from where you're at, but there's a metal base down here. All right, we're going to staple them up low on that metal base. So the metal base is just below or even touching the bottom of the paper. All right, about 6 or 7 staples is all you need. All right, we need more than just 2 just hanging it because we got a little bit of a breeze, so we don't want it flopping in the wind. But 6 or 7 staples, all right, low like that. Why am I having them mounted low like that? We're gonna be shooting at 3, 5, 7, and 15 yards. All right, even at 15 yards, at that angle, you'll notice it with later, the rounds are gonna impact the ground approximately about 7, at the most 8 feet behind there. All right, God willing that something, they ricochet a little bit, guess what? They're gonna get caught inside that berm. All right, but then most 99% of the time, they're gonna get caught inside the ground. All right, at 3 yards, about 1.5 feet behind. At 15 yards, about 8 yards behind. All right, 8 feet behind. All right, but that's the method behind the madness. We want to know our target, what lies beyond it, and if we can, like we can here on the range, we're going to control that. All right, if I mounted them 4 feet, 5 feet in the air, where are those rounds going to impact? No idea. No impact, no idea. All right, so that's the idea behind the madness. All right. Any questions about what we're going to be doing? All right, this is what I'm going to do. Magazines, target, eye pro, ear pro, get a firearm from Derek. The first 14, all right, that are ready to go. First 14, staple your shit up. First 14, once you're ready to go, stand. There's a 2 first cones all the way away from us. Those cones, there's an invisible line that connects them. I want you standing on that line in front of your target. Not behind that line, not in front of it. I want you on that line. All right, once everybody's ready to go, that first relay's ready to go, we'll move into it. All right, when they're going, when they're doing their thing, all right, second relay, you should be ready to go. All right, as soon as first relay's done, second relay, we're going to transition out, and we're going to do with you as we did with first relay. All right, while second relay's shooting, first relay's putting their gear away, getting the firearms back, all that good stuff. All right, once second relay's done, they'll do the same thing. And again, we're going to do a quick police call. All right, when we get to that point, I'll remind you of this. But every time you fire your gun, what's coming out of that gun? All right, forward is a projectile, out to the side is a casing. All right, the cones are going to give us a general idea of where those casings are because we're on that line. We're not behind it or in front of it. Gives you a general idea of where those casings are and where we're going to be looking for them. We're not going to spend all day picking that shit up, all right? Especially with a lot of these guns that we're using, the guns that we're using that are ours, the 22s, it's going to be hard to find those casings. It's not going to be as easy if it's a 5.56 or a 40. All right, but we're going to spend a good solid 10 minutes or so doing our best efforts to pick up as much things that did not grow here. If it doesn't grow here, it goes here during that time. All right. And then again, we're going to take down the rest of the range and stuff. We're going to take it up all apart, bring it back here. We're going to put it away in our trailer. And at that point, we'll do a quick debrief because we did most of it earlier. And then we'll get you guys out of here, all right? We're not rushing. We're also not just lollygagging and wasting time sweating our ass off out here because we enjoy sweating our ass off out here, all right? Also, at the same time, too, look, whether you're young, old, fucking, what doesn't matter. All right? If you haven't been drinking water, if you went out and had a nice time out at the bar last night and shit, you're dehydrated as shit, and you start feeling woozy or whatever, hey, first thing, if you're on the fire line, whatever, put that gun in the holster first off, and then take a seat and sit down, whatever. Hey, let us know. We'll fix you. We'll help you out. Do what you got to do. Don't try to push through it and you pass out with the gun in your hand and shit, all right? Take your time, all right? Go ahead. Start loading magazines. We have magazines all up and down the table. If you have your own gun, load your magazines. Don't load your gun itself.
Let's not overdo it right now.
11, 12, 13.
For class type?
MD, yep, and or DC. Be 500 rounds of 22. That V in the center of the centermost circle. That V, that is our point of aim. That's where we're aiming for. All right? It's actually truly an X, and that's how your sight should be in relationship to your target. Not covering the target up, not below it, but the tip of that front sight post is where that round's going to impact. Essentially what appears to be a V, the intersection of the X, all right, that is that exact point of impact of that round if you line your sights up as they should be. All right? Now again, every time you point your gun at this target, it gives you a passive reminder of exactly how to line your sights up to each other. All right, and not only how to line your sights up to each other, but how to line your sights up to that target itself. All right, those are sights that are printed on your target. Line your sights up as you see to that target, and you're going to blow that V out, that X out every single time. All right, now if you aim for that V and you hit that V, or inside that small ring that it's in, that is 10 points. If you hit that unlabeled ring outside of that, that also is 10 points. The 9 ring is 9 points. The 8 ring is 8 points. 7 ring is 7 points. And anything that's in blue that is not labeled is 6. Now again, you got a better angle now. If you shoot that target and you hit that V, the round's not going to stop at that paper, all right? At this angle, all right, it's going to go through, it's going to impact the ground about 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet behind the target, all right? And obviously that angle will change as we go farther back. What we're going to do right now is we're going to do the same thing we did in the classroom. We're going to practice our draw, but now we're going to do that in relationship to a target, all right? When you draw, line your sights up to this target. All right, we are going to practice that several times. Get your feet wet, get you back into that groove. All right, and then once you're ready, once I think you're ready, all right, then I'll go ahead and direct you on how to load and holster. All right, Derek or Evan, I need 2 magazines, 5 rounds each. Choosing the fire line, we are going to simulate 1 round center mass. Our gun is not loaded. We are not loading our gun. We are just practicing our draw. It doesn't matter to me whether you have your eye pro or ear pro on at this moment. It doesn't matter to me because you don't need that. We're not shooting. But if you have it on, that's fine. Choosing a fire line, we're going to simulate 1 round center mass. If you want to, if you're going to, you know, you can do this from open. If you're going to conceal carry in real life, don't shoot yourself. Practice from concealment. All right, that's a grown decision to make. Simulate 1 round center mass. Stand by. Gun. And just as before, if we're not pulling that trigger, the finger's not on the trigger. Whenever we're done with this draw, we reholster on our own. When the group as a collective is reholstered, we'll move on as a group. Now, if I don't say what the drill is, what do? Gun! Can you see if I have my Oakley's or whatever in my truck? And then just grab me a set of plugs. Knife! Gun. Gun. Remember, as you reholster, make sure you don't get your shirt caught in there, all right? It happens. Just make sure it doesn't happen to you. Gun. Threat. Everybody's holstered. Stay holstered. You're going to keep that firearm pointed down range. You can bring it into your workspace, your personal space, and you should. All right? If you go to my kid's birthday party, I give you a little plate of cake and a fork. Are you going to eat it like this? No. So why are you going to load your gun like this? You know, why are you going to bring it in your space? See what you're doing. I don't care if it's tilted over. As long as the gun stays pointed down range the entire time, that's the main thing. All right, so what I usually do, turn it over so I can see what I'm doing better. Index that magazine, insert that magazine, tap, turn it over, rack, all right, finger out the trigger, and reholster. All right, much more efficient that way, all right, than try to keep it away from us, all right? Keep it pointed down range, but yes, bring it into your workspace. All right, now, when we're shooting, all right, don't do anything. I'm going to show you, I'm demonstrating. All right, when we're shooting, all right, 1 round center mass, stand by, gun. Reholster on your own whenever you're done. If I don't say the drill is, what do? Gun. 2 round center mass, stand by, gun. 2 round center mass, stand by, gun. What was the drill? All right, I only fired how many?
1.
All right, and then I did what? This is empty. All right, so I'm going to hit the magazine release, all right, on the left side. Hit that magazine release. It's not a pushing motion forward. It's not a pulling motion back. It's a button. So I'm going to push that button. All right, drop the magazine around the ground. I'm going to take out my next magazine, index that magazine, insert that magazine, tap, rack. Now again, what was the drill? How many did I fire? So now I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish that drill and then reholster. Whenever you run dry, reload on your own. All right, if you were done with the drill, then you reholster when you're done reholstering. Or sorry, when you're done reloading. All right, if you weren't done, you finish and then you holster. Whenever you run dry, reload on your own. Again, when you're reloading, just drop the magazine right on the ground. We can get it later. Although, do not pick up anything. Magazines, wedding rings, cell phones, nothing. All right? Nothing until I tell you. All right? If he drops off a seizure, we're not going to pick him up until we are all holstered first. That's when we're picking up anything. All right? Hey, real quick, may I have to pick this up? All right, cool, gotcha. Everyone's holstered. All right. We're not picking up anything. Me or you are not picking up anything until we double check, make sure everyone's holstered. And I'm the one that makes that call. Everybody's holstered. All right, you can go ahead and pick that up. All right, do not pick up anything, anybody. Nothing is that important. All right, it's a good way to turn a bad situation into worse. All right, if clear.
Yep.
Clear. All right, if you go to draw or whatever's happening and you make a mistake, shit, and you drop your gun, do not try to catch it. Just let it go. It's embarrassing, but let it go. As you're trying to catch that gun, you actually grab on the trigger and all of a sudden the gun goes off. You don't know where that's pointed at that moment. That's how you turn a bad, embarrassing situation into worse, dangerous. Just let it go, all right? Everybody's holstered, all right? We'll pick it up at that point, all right? Do we have a decent understanding of what we're going to do? Take your time, relax, don't overthink it, all right? If you need any help, that's what I'm here for, all right? If you have a problem, all right, just raise your hand or holster and then do whatever you got to do. But don't go, hey, Ryan, I need some help over here. and then point your gun at somebody. All right? Just holster, hey, real quick, I need help. All right? I might be helping somebody else. If I don't get to you, all right, at that moment, all right, I'll deal with them as soon as I'm done with them. Hey, real quick, I need your help over here too. All right, got you. All right? We're not rushing. We're just taking our time. We're relaxing. All right? All right. And during this drill, we're going to simulate 1 round center mass. Before we reholster, we are going to do our initial load. All right, we're going to index, insert, tap, rack, and holster whenever we're done. When everybody's holstered, loaded, ready to go, we will move into the first drill. Yes, sir.
So it doesn't matter which clip we grab with the 5, 10, or...
Good question. So magazines, you have 10s, you have 5s. Preferably, we're going to use your magazines in this order, 10, 10, and 5. If a mistake happens, you load your 5 first or your 5 second. It's not the end of the world, because whatever happens, all right, whenever you run dry, you reload that time. Whether that's 5 first or 10 first, all right? But preferably 10, 10, and then 5, all right? Take your time, relax. If you haven't done this already, go make sure that those magazines, all your magazines are on the opposite side of your gun, all right? Guns on one side, magazines are on the other. Front, back pocket, magazine pouches, doesn't matter to me. Shoes on the fire line. We're going to simulate 1 round center mass. We're going to keep our gun pointed downrange, and we are going to load and holster. Shoes on the fire line. 1 round center mass. Stand by. Gun! Keep the gun pointed downrange and do your initial load. Index, insert, tap, rack, and holster. Remember, we're not pulling the trigger. Our finger's not on the trigger. Whether we're loading or otherwise, our finger's only on the trigger when we are what? Pulling it. Good. All right, go ahead and do that. If you made a mistake and you forgot to rack your slide, go ahead and do that now. Pull that gun out, keep it pointing down range, and rack. Good, good, good. And remember, as you're reholstering, make sure you don't get your shirt caught inside of there. All right. Shooters on the fire line. We are live. We are ready. Shooters on the fire line. We're going to fire. We're going to draw. Fire 1 round center mass and holster. Stand by. Gun. Remember, finger off and away from that trigger when you're done firing. Finger off and away that trigger before you are firing. All right? Our finger only goes at that trigger when we're going to pull the trigger. Don't bring the bottle to your mouth unless you're going to shoot. All right? When you're done taking a sip from that bottle, take your mouth from the bottle. If I don't say what the drill is, what do you do? Gun! Again, take your time. Take a moment. Look your gun into the holster. It takes less time to do that than to try to guess it into there. Wish it into there. And dream it into there. Gun! Relax real quick. Relax real quick. Go ahead and press back out for me. You're right. Go ahead and press your gun out.
Okay.
All right. Now, do you see your front sight post?
Yes.
All right. Do you still see it? You don't?
No.
Nope. Tilt your gun down until you can see it through that window. So just the nose. Tilt it down until you can see it.
Okay.
Do you see it now? Then keep tilting it down until you do. Do you see it now?
No.
All right. Tilt it back up if you need to. Tilt it up. You see it? What I'm saying, you're looking through just that little window. All right?
Okay.
So we want to see that through just that window. You see it?
Yeah.
All right, good. Now it's lined up.
Okay.
Now line your sights up. Keep them lined up to each other. Line them up that V. Slowly pull that trigger. Much better.
Yeah.
Finger off the trigger, and then holster.
All right. Much, yeah.
Yep. So that's what was happening. You were looking at that, and you had to line up maybe the X, but it wasn't through your. Yep. So make sure you line it up. Take your time. All right. 2 round center mass, 2 round center mass. Stand by. Gun. Gun. Two round center mass. Stand by. Gun. If and when you run dry, reload your own. If you run dry, if your gun is empty, reload on your own. Yep. Right here. 1 round center mass. Whenever you run dry, reload on your own. 1 round center mass. Stand by. Gun. If you ran dry, if you're slide lock to the rear, reload on your own. So it's right here, boss. You press in. There you go. Boom.
Push in.
This one?
Yep, just press in and just chop around the ground. Yep, perfect. There you go. Remember, finger off the trigger. Finger off your trigger.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
I tapped it.
Yep.
And I racked it, but
Yep.
it don't look.
Yep, you got one in there right now. You good?
I'm good?
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
Yep, and finger off the trigger and then reholster. Yep, you're good. All right. Go ahead. Turn around. Take a step back to that next set of cones. It's only about 3-4 feet back. All right. Look left, look right. Make sure you're lined up. You step back just a little bit. Good, perfect. We're all perfect now. 2 round center mass, 2 round center mass. Stand by. Gun. You all right?
Little brass underneath the glasses.
Oh, yeah. Real quick, go ahead and let's get that shirt out of there. Boom. All right, and stay. Don't pick it up yet. Listen. Look at me. Just look. Don't have to turn and shit. Look. Before you do anything, you draw, you present, you fire. All right? Before you do anything else, you 3, 2, 1 reholster. Before you scratch your nose, before you itch your ass, before you cough, any fucking thing, put that gun back in the holster. And how do you do that? 3, 2, 1. All right? It's not over because you just shot good or bad. It's not done because of anything else. It's not done until you put that firearm back in that holster. Understood? 3 rounds, center mass. Stand by. Gun. All right. Go ahead, turn around, take a step back to that next set of cones. Look left, look right, make sure you're lined up. All right. Heavy step, yep, perfect. Little bit back, perfect. 2 round center mass, 2 round center mass, stand by. Gun! Two round center mass, stand by. Gun. Relax a little bit. You see it? There you go. Much better. Reload, reload. Hey, real quick, a little tidbit too. When I said rack, that's what I meant. So don't try to, I promise you, don't pull it back and then guide it forward. This gun is much more competent than you are at putting that round in chamber. Just pull back and let go. If you do this shit, you're more prone to actually jam the gun. So just pull back and let go, rack, all right? Now we'll say that's different ways you can do it. You can hold it here and pull back. You can hold it here and push forward. You can also push pull, all right? But make sure that you rack that slide. Pull back until it lets go and goes forward, all right? Go ahead, turn around, come back to this last set of cones. Look down range. Acquire your target without your gun. Know which one is yours. All right? Look at your grouping. Look at the signature maybe in the top right-hand corner, how crooked you might have posted it. All right? Take your time. You're going to fire 1 round every single drill. Reload when you run dry. 1 round every single drill. And eventually you will be empty. Totally empty. Whenever you're totally empty, drop that magazine right on the ground. All right, look at me real quick. Drop the magazine right on the ground. Hold it right here. Not here. Not here. Not here. All right, hold it right here. All right, when everybody's done, I'll come by, I'll clear, I'll say clear, holster. When I say that, pull that slide back and holster. All right, take your time, relax. 1 round every single drill. Stand by. Gun! You're good. You weren't bad, but you started to go a little bit that way, but then you caught yourself.
Oh.
Yep, yep. Watch that trigger finger while you're reholstering, all right? Gun! Are you empty? Are you empty?
No.
All right, go ahead and keep your finger on the trigger too real quick.
Yep.
Gun! Threat! If you don't mind me asking, it's not my business at all, but like, what kind of like belly band or whatnot is that? Is that for your back support?
No, that's a abdominal brace.
Okay, all
I
right.
had a
Okay.
surgery. I don't have a belly button.
No, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, it was none of my business. I was just curious. Gun! If you run dry, drop that magazine on the ground. Gun! Gun! Good. Try to send a slide home and holster. Drop your magazine for me. Drop your magazine for me.
Oh, okay. Tap it?
Yep, yep.
Reject? Okay.
Yep, yep. And clear. Send it slide home and holster. Clear, send it slide home and holster. Gun! Clear, send you slide home and holster. Clear, send you slide home and holster. Gun! You see something quick? Do you know if you did 10, 10, and 5, you mistakenly do 10, 10, 10?
I think I did 10, 10, 10.
All right, no big deal. It happens. All right, boom. Send the slide home and holster for me. Clear, send the slide home and holster for me. Clear, send the slide home and holster for me. Clear, send the slide home and holster for me. Clear, send the slide home and holster for me. Clear, send the slide home and holster for me. Clear, send the slide home and holster for me. Clear, send the slide home and holster for me. Everybody's cleared. Everybody's holstered. Everybody's holstered. All right, listen up. In a moment, when I tell you to, but not now. In a moment, when I tell you to, you're going to come down range. You're going to stand behind your target. I'm going to take a picture of you with your target. This is for CYA purposes. What is CYA? Cover your ass, so I'm covering mine. All right? Very early on in me doing these classes, somebody said some bullshit to the state like, oh, I didn't do the training with him. He just handed me the paperwork. They were pissed off about whatever. I don't fucking know. But I had no proof to cover my ass. The state police give me the benefit of the doubt. But going forward, I make sure that I don't have to have benefit of the doubt. There is no doubt. All right? So that's why these pictures are being taken. Now, I will not post these on social media or anything like that unless in the picture you give me 2 thumbs up. If you do not, I will not post it. If you do, I will. I may do it today, next week, next month, next year. I don't know. All right, usually in the next month, if that's the case. But in the picture, if I see 2 thumbs up, I don't have to remember what you said. I don't have to pull out a release form and say, oh, they signed that, cool. I can just look at the picture and that tells me, yep, I'm good. All right? If you want privacy for whatever reason, that's cool. I will respect that. By default, I will not post these pictures unless you give me 2 thumbs up. On your way up to your target, pick up any magazines you might find. All right, stow those away in your pocket for a quick second while we do this. Once you have your picture taken, go ahead and pop this off, bring this back to the back. Evan and Derek will get the magazines from you, the targets from you, so on and so forth. And then you'll wait while second relay does what they need to do. Understood? All right, let's go. Pick up any magazines you might find for me, please, and thank you. Stand behind your target for me while I take your picture. All right? And then bring that target itself, not the stand, but the target itself up to the top. Okay. Cool. I get it. With the fucking emissions and all that bullshit. Yeah. What resource did I put on my website to make everyone's life easier, even though they didn't take my class? Blogs, all right? Also, we have video formats of some of those as well on YouTube, and we put those in the blogs as well. All right? God damn it. It's the end of the day. What kind of questions, if any, do you guys have for me at this moment? I'm the same way. I'll have a question, and as soon as you ask me what my question is, I won't remember what it is. So if you need anything, if you have any questions, you remember that 5 minutes from now, 5 hours from now, 5 years from now, call me, text me, email, Facebook, whatever. All right, and I will get back to you ASAP. Sometimes in a minute. Sometimes in the middle of a class like this, obviously not until after that is over. All right, but I try to get back to people as soon as possible. All right, you very well could. It's a very real possibility. Some of y'all may very well have your permit to carry, and you're carrying in Maryland before the end of the month, before September 1st. It's a very real possibility. 100% guarantee you're going to have it based on the feedback that I'm getting by October 1st. All right? Shit's going to get real quick. Don't be dumb. Stay smart. Be aware of what's going on around you. All right? If you have nothing else from me, the last thing I have for you is, personally, as a consumer, I don't read reviews, honestly, too much. But there's a lot of people that do. All right, and also not only that, but as a business owner, I do read reviews. All right, that tells me what I'm doing good, what I need to do better of, all right, what people are liking, what they're not liking. So if you all can, please take a moment later and give us a review on Google, BBB, Yelp, Facebook, whatever it might be. RateYourShootingInstructor.com. Let people know how you like the class. Let me know how you like the class. All right, the class I did today is much better than the class I did last month, last year, 5 years ago. All right, every day I'm trying to get better than the last. All right, I don't think that I'll ever be perfect. Nobody ever probably will be. But my goal is always to try to get closer to that. All right, reviews help me do that. Not only that, but there's a lot of people that don't know. There's a lot of people that still don't know. I even had one person in class that didn't quite know exactly what happened on June 23rd and how easy now it is to get that Maryland carry permit. All right, let people know. Post on Facebook. Text your group of friends and stuff. Say, hey, did you know this? Because a lot of people that would partake in this, that would go out and carry firearms, they knew they could, but they still know what they thought was the case, what was the case up until over a month ago. All right, help spread the word. Let's try to do our best to arm more Marylanders and make Maryland a safer place. Make sure Baltimore is not on the top 10 list of fucking dangerous places in America. All right, one person at a time. If you have nothing else for me, I have nothing else for you. I greatly appreciate you not having to, me not having to go out and get a job. I love doing this job, if you want to call it that. It's the best damn job in the world. Boss is all right, but appreciate you guys. Stay safe. Enjoy your AC on the way home.